YouTube so I can pull out the chat. We're also going to do another cool thing. Oh, I need to shave. We are going to be giving away a free ticket to Cascadia JS. I need to set up the form for people to sign up for that. But yeah, it should be cool. And yeah, before I started streaming today, last night I threw some pork in the fridge from the freezer to let it thaw. Then this morning I pulled it out just like, 20 minutes ago. I pulled it out, sliced it, threw it into a marinade of avocado oil, soy sauce, salt, pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, and cayenne pepper. Right, so they're sliced into like little chunks, and then I'm gonna make those into kebabs for dinner tonight. But they need to marinate. I've never marinated them for as long as they're gonna marinate today. It's gonna be easily like 8 hours, so it could be cool. Maybe halfway through the day, I'll go in there and stir them up a bit, wash my hands, and come back. Is that what it is, shawarma? Like, I just call it a kebab. But, yeah, if that's what it is, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's like some Thai names for that same thing, too. But yeah, like, I'm gonna take them, jam them onto you know, one of these guys, basically, and then throw them in the oven. I may, depending on how lazy I'm feeling, get in there and slice some onion and peppers and throw those on the kebab too, but we'll see. But okay, so we should be live on YouTube now. Yeah? No? Yeah, cool. All right, so YouTube, yeah, we're going to be going through my tabs, which is going to be cool. Let me pull out chat because I can't see YouTube chat right now. Okay. Let me pour a soda. Oh, Atraf, I probably left it going since gaming last night. I most likely wasn't actually there. I played some Helldivers with Alex and Nightshade Dude. I haven't played Helldivers in like over a year. So yeah, that was fun. It was nice. Yeah, I like the new enemies too. The Illuminate. Let me go grab soda. I'll be right back. It does look like I have some food about to be delivered, like from the grocery store. Maybe not just now, but in a minute. And you know what? I got more soda being delivered, so I don't need that soda. The time for me right now is 1:26 p.m. 13:26 if you're on military time. So yeah, 9-hour difference. Yep. Okay. All right, so going through the tabs. That is what we will be doing. Actually, first, maybe... Let me do a little bit more setup real quick. Yeah. What I'm going to do real quick is we're going to set up a form for a giveaway. Cascadia JS 2025 ticket raffle. How much are tickets? Um, Oh shit. I should do this on Typeform. Sorry. 1 second. We're getting going. Um, yeah. I just realized that if you do a Google form, it requires, and you want to like require only a single submission. Well, even if someone signs up more than once, it's not going to matter. Yeah, that's not going to matter. Right? Like, we'll just dedupe all of them anyway. Today is the day, Abdu. Yeah, for sure. Let me just do one thing here. All right. So yeah, we'll still do a Google form. Okay. So I think that's good. I think that's good. Okay, cool. So now, copy link. Ooh. I'm gonna need to listen for the door. Let me know if the music stops. But okay, so real quick, let me share this. I copied the link. I do need to maybe create a command. Okay. So, can everyone in chat give that link a try? You don't have to actually fill it out, and if you don't want, especially if you won't be able to attend, right? You know, don't try and take a ticket away from someone who could actually like attend it. But if you think you might be able to go to Seattle on September 18th and 19th, you could opt into sign like a raffle for a free ticket to Cascadia JS, and it does work perfect. I'm going to paste that over to YouTube as well. Google Forms are so damn long. I wish they had like a nice short shareable link. Yeah, no worries, Atref. I totally agree. Like, thank you for being considerate. But if you do think you could make it, I'll be there. I'm going to be speaking. It'll be a lightning talk. But yeah, so one thing I want to do then, real quick, and we can at least switch to the right screen here. All right, so we're on the right screen. I just need to set up a recurring Nightbot command so that we let people know here in chat when it happens. New timer, interval, let's say every 14 minutes. Command is Cascadia JS. And create. Okay, so that should be going off here momentarily. All right, so our plan today is we are going to go through our tabs, and then once we finish going through our tabs, we will get back to like the project we're working on, the CFP tracker. The more I look at this, the more I like the theme. I think I'm gonna make the cards be like indented, and then all the buttons are still raised up. And it's kind of fun, right? I kind of like it. It's tab time. Yeah. In just a moment. Oh, and weird, it keeps sending people to the wrong QFC because there's too many QFCs. Oh, that's my bad. I need to pick the closer QFC. But yeah, so my food should be getting delivered here in a second. It's actually just whiskey and soda and some salad stuff. But let's go through the tabs. So first thing I want to do is pull out the archive. And then from here, we're going to go way on back and start here. So I thought this was interesting. Lua for Elixir. I don't know if this will be a talk I want to give, but it's interesting that you could maybe like add Lua scripting like directly in your Elixir code. But it's not implementing like the Lua compiler or whatever. It's actually Lua implemented in pure Elixir. But you can write the Lua scripting and it'll run. So yeah, really cool. I think I'm going to throw that into libraries. Yep, I like that. Pretty cool idea to me. How to title your blog post or whatever. Ooh, and yeah, this was a good read. Okay, so yeah, this was a good read. I think this is maybe... I don't think it's short worthy. I think it's just an other. And I think the other list is going to get pretty gnarly here soon. But I think it's kind of a cool idea. And I think the discussions in there are worth it too. So yeah, I wanted to save that. And what's up? Hey, Doug's back. How's it going, Doug? Email deliverability guide. I'm not sure I needed to save this. We'll look it up at some point. Let's see. So this one is Sapling, source control that's user-friendly and scalable. We've looked at that before. I'm not sure I need to save that. We definitely do add things to the archive that we don't necessarily need. Knowing where your engineer's salary comes from. That, I think, is kind of interesting. Do we think that's a long video or a short video? I think it's a short. We can always change it later. The problem with vibe coding. Ooh. Yes. I think this is a longer video. Absolutely. And the fun thing about this one, and like, you know, as we're going through these tabs, we're going to maybe at least like talk about them a little bit. But if you're not aware, Dylan Beatty here is the guy that made the Rockstar programming language. He's a rock star in and of itself. Like, he's a genius. He talks about really cool stuff. And his take on this is interesting, right? There's a difference between a program and a product, right? Programs are things that you'll write that do something very specific for you on your machine, right? Works on my machine, totally fine. Rename all the MP4 files in a folder, sure. I've got one to extract the audio from video files all in a folder. Do I expect to share this and have people use it in all sorts of different devices on Windows and all that? No, it's just something I wrote to save myself some time so I don't have to do a bunch of manual junk. That's a program. If you wanted to make a product where someone uploads a file to a web app and blah, 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 like, and you've got infrastructure and, you know, all that shit, and it works on mobile devices and whatever, that's a product. And there's, like, infinitely more work that goes into something like that. So really, like, this person says that the hallmark to them of experience is understanding just how much work it takes to turn a working program into a viable product. And yeah, I just think this is the exact like sentiment I have around vibe coding. Sure, vibe code, do whatever you want. But if you actually want it to be robust and you want to be able to maintain it and all that stuff, there's going to be so much more work than you expect to have to put in. So yeah, this article is just fantastic. I really like it. So we are definitely throwing that in. I feel like it's a long-worthy video. Or, yeah, worthy of a long video. Okay, so Defold seems interesting to me. This is just a new game framework. So I'll put it in the libraries section. Oh, and sorry. One second. Yeah, there you go. I can see the link, Emelua? Emelua.org. What is that? Oh, okay. So it's like a Node.js for Lua. So it's more of a runtime than just an interpreter. That could be cool. That is interesting. Yeah. Nifty. I like it. Yeah, thanks for sharing. No, you're good. You can do links now. We just do it to prevent the spammers. Okay, so then this I'm actually going to keep in the archive for now. But basically, this is how they do their rate limiting for lobsters. What I may end up trying to do is, right, since lobsters is open source, we may just fiddle with it. But I think it would be kind of cool for lobsters to publish to AT Proto. Like, that could be a really interesting thing. Like, you could just subscribe to lobsters on AT Proto. I have no idea how that works. One of the maintainers of lobsters rated us at one point and mentioned that they'd be happy to give me contributor permissions to try and add that, but I have no idea how that works. So I'd want to figure it out and like fiddle with it a bit, like publishing to AT Proto, because I haven't done that yet. And then once I have like a handle on that, yeah, I'd be happy to contribute. I think it'd be cool. I'd love to figure out how to help Hacker News do that too. I think it'd be really cool. Because it'd be way better than building some client that just like listens to the RSS feed or something. Like, that would be kind of gross. But yeah, you could theoretically combine RSS feeds. Like, RSS for lobsters would work. For Hacker News, it would be heavy. You'd be polling a lot. I do think I want to remind myself that lobsters is open source. We're going to throw that into libraries. Oh, hold on 1 second. One second. Sorry, the shopper's here. BRB. 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Yeah, that was weird. The Instacart map showed this person not even close. And that really doesn't look like the person that delivered my stuff. Interesting. All right, so going back through the tab archive. The story behind 100 Go mistakes and how to avoid them. That, I think, would be YouTube long-worthy. Because I didn't dig that deep into it. I love this one. Yes, your startup doesn't need to be a unicorn. Right, so the idea behind this is that there's either you bootstrap and, you know, you do the very slow, like, slog of starting a business, or you do the Y Combinator thing and, you know, you gotta grow fast and hard and, like, man, if you're not worth $1 billion in 3 years, you're kind of a failure. Theoretically, right? Like, that's an exaggeration. This person proposes that there's maybe a middle ground where you can actually get like investment. Like it's kind of like bootstrapping's the long road. VC is like all gas, no brakes. But then there's maybe a middle ground where you can get like a small like pre-seed or Series A or something, right? Where you end up getting like angel investors and some other people to help you accelerate the bootstrap phase kind of thing. But then you still just focus on profitability and returning investor value. But you don't need to like burn the candle super hot, right? So yes, I really like this one. I think it would be kind of fun to make a video about. Now this one's interesting. Strengths are your weaknesses. And you'll notice how I'm saving the Y Combinator links for these because I think some of the discussion is valuable. Right? So strengths are weaknesses because they create a bias to use the strength rather than compensate for your weaknesses. So it can pigeonhole you a bit. And that's my current understanding of it. But yeah, I think it's kind of a nice article, and I'd like to dig into it maybe for like a YouTube video. And yeah, there's like the link itself. This, I had forgotten that Lux existed, but I love the idea of a Lua package manager. I know Lua Rocks exists, but it's still just not quite the same experience as like Cargo or Node, like NPM or some of those other systems. So Lux is maybe trying to solve that problem a bit. Like if you're going to be building NeoVim extensions or plugins, it might make sense to like bring in dependencies, but vendoring them yourself into like a vendor folder can be really annoying. And hey, what's up, Headless Headhunter? How you doing? Thank you for the raid. Raid Shadow Legends. Exactly there, Twitch Unruffled. You're stuck in NeoVim config hell right now? I mean, here's the thing, Strawberry Donut. You don't have to do it, right? Just use an editor. Be productive. I think getting in and configuring NeoVim needs to be something that you actually enjoy doing. Or just use some boilerplate, right? What is it? Kickstart.neovim? Just use Kickstart. And then add like maybe the one extension you're missing. But I don't think there's a lot of value in going too deep with it. Okay, so it's your first time trying to go from scratch. That makes sense. If you want to get the link to the songs, just do !song. Yeah, so you live in Xcode. Yeah, I would say, oh man, doing Objective-C in NeoVim, that sounds brutal. I'm sure it's doable, but it sounds brutal. Okay, so you're doing that for some Python and TypeScript stuff. Makes sense. And hold on, so Abdu, you don't even use NeoVim that much, but you do enjoy configuring it. Awesome. That's even better. For everyone joining from the raid, we are currently going through my tab archive. When I say tab archive, everything from this tab to the left is the archive, where I take tabs that I really like and I move them over. And yeah, no worries there, Headless Headhunter. Thank you for the raid. I have actually pushed some people towards your channel when they ask for like resume reviews and stuff like that, because I don't do that content at all. But I love the fact that there are people that do. So yeah, I will keep doing so as long as that's okay with you. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, you enjoy your day too. Yeah, Twitch Unruffled, like, this category is the best. It's really like a cool small team. In this category, you are peers with people like the Primogen, Theo, etc. That's like a unifying factor. It's like, it's really awesome. There are very few places where you can feel like a peer with people way more popular than you. Like, you know, it's like, it's really cool. You don't get that on YouTube. You don't get that in a lot of the gaming like subcategories here on Twitch. I think it's really special here in like software and game dev. And hey, what's up, Blinter? How you doing? Like, I wouldn't even say it's parasocial. It's actually just social. Like, I hang out with the Primogen at TwitchCon on a regular basis. Like, we've chatted at every TwitchCon I've gone to since the first one that he wasn't at. Or my first one that he wasn't at. I hang out with Theo at every conference I go to that he's at. Like, it's really cool. It's actually majorly unifying. So instead of parasocial, I think it's more like telesocial. I think there's a big difference there. Parasocial is one-sided. Telesocial is just remote, you know? Right? Like, I think that's the difference. Like, I hang out with viewers if they're in a town that I'm going to. I'm happy to meet my viewers, right? So it's way less parasocial. Like, let's go get some drinks. Let's hang out. I met Keegan, one of our viewers, just last week. It was awesome. Yeah, exactly. Unruffled. No, I get it. I push back on parasocial because I think in some cases it's like harsher than the actual dynamic. People use parasocial in a negative context in many ways. So I just wanted to I wanted to push back on that exact definition. That's all. Like chatting in like a big streamer's chat, totally parasocial, right? Like outside of this category, like a big gaming streamer. Right? Co-Carnage. I'm sure he's a really nice dude, but that is a parasocial relationship. No, like, not to take more time. Like, dude, the whole point of streaming is hanging out. So yeah, I'm down. Yeah, there's a sweet spot. Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. But yeah, for people joining from the raid, what we're doing right now is we're going through my tab archive. Some of these tabs will actually get thrown into the tab archive Trello board for things that I think I can make YouTube videos about, you know, like a long video or a short video, libraries or things that I think are interesting, software as a service that I really want to check out, right? Like stuff related to feature flags because I'm keenly interested in those, business kind of things, which actually... This needs to go into the business one. Well, hold on. Now, the business one is... Yeah, no, I'm pivoting. I do think... Wait, what the hell? What? Okay. Well, I think I broke it. I think I totally broke it. So whatever, it'll stay there. That's the free version. And real quick, so you're using Bob Nystrom's munificent book, Crafting Interpreters, right now. Okay. What part is coincidental? Sorry. Yeah, I probably just need to refresh. Yeah, I think the difference between this one and that other one is like these categories. The business stuff is just for me, whereas this I think could be like an interesting like YouTube video. Oh, Vigil. Oh, got it. Yeah, yeah. Where do I even have Vigil? I've got it in the shorts worthy stuff, right? Yeah, I think Vigil's really interesting. Yep. Like it's just fun, you know? So yeah, I think a good like short about Vigil could be cool. I don't think I'm gonna make any content around this, and I'll just search for like Lua Package Manager in the future. So I don't think we need to save that one. Not everything that makes it into the archive is worth it. Um, I don't need to save this, but at some point I want to do like a sponsored stream for Glyphs, and hopefully they give me like a license for the app to do so, and we will go in and make ligatures for some terrible fonts. Like we can go make some ligatures for Papyrus. Realistically, I want to make ligatures for Atkinson Hyperlegible. But yeah, I think it'd be like a good fun stream just to make some ligatures. If you're unaware, one of the very first things I made here on this stream was ligatures for Comic Sans. We called it Drama Sans because this is serious business. Or you can look at it the other way. Sans the drama, easy living, smooth sailing. There's no edges on that font. How's your code going to flow if your font doesn't flow? So yeah, I don't need to save the Glyphs one, but I do want to reach out and maybe do like a sponsored stream or something. I think that'd be kind of cool. Hey, there you go. That's kind of fun. I like that. Wheel Reinventor's Principles. Yes, I'm going to save this one for sure. Yep. That one I think is Longworthy. All right, so then code video. Hold on, let me double check this. Let's look at this just to be sure. Okay, so a create once, ship everywhere approach of making the educational content once, then you export it to multiple formats such as an interactive web page, a blog post, or even a book, PDF, PowerPoint. You think this might be like for the SaaS section? Yeah, I think that works. Like a SaaS that I'd want to look into. It could even just be other. But I like the idea. Oof. Uh, uh. See, this is annoying. Like, how much does it really cost to operate Trunk? The company that built it is pivoting their business. Yeah, none of the links work. It's like a Tembo thing. I understand startups need to pivot fast and heavy. I don't know. I find it hard to trust at this point. Right? Like they just did an entirely separate like pivot from Postgres stuff to monitoring. Like your monitoring becomes PRs like it's some automated agent. I don't know. They're just I wish them all the luck in the world. I just think that the hard pivot is really hard to put any faith in. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. So yeah, we won't be making any content about Trunk, that's for sure. Yeah, exactly. Like they're pivoting way too hard into the snake oil. Scala, Erlang, and F Sharp creators discuss functional languages. Oh, that could be interesting to watch. I don't really watch videos that much, though. Uh, Whatever post this was has been deleted. Let's see if it's in the Wayback Machine. I doubt it. Nope. Yeah, so I don't even know what this was. Should have archived it better. Well, hold on. Who is that person? Philip Copley. And wow, yeah, he does not post very often. So yeah, I have no idea what he posted. Translate Open API into LLM tools? Meh, I don't think I need that. Let's see. This is an interesting quote. If I think about having to write one book, one library, one thing, right? I'm extrapolating here. All of the problems of how it should be and how it should not be will block me and keep me from going forward. If, on the contrary, I think that I am writing a collection of things, I suddenly feel lightened. I know that whatever I write will be integrated, contradicted, balanced, amplified, buried by the hundreds of volumes or things that remain for me to write. There's something to that, right? Like, if you're a musician, you could spend way too much time making that one song perfect. Or you can write hundreds of songs and pick out the good ones. And I think that's what ends up happening a lot with, like, in general, like a musician or a band's first album, they've had 20 years to work on it, 10 years to work on it. That is like, the eventual result of toiling away on their masterpiece, basically, or what they envision it as. Which means that you do tend to get, like, their banger. But the true way to, like, judge a band is actually look at their second album. Right? Because the second album is given maybe a year. So yeah, the first album, 10 years in the making. The second album, 1 year in the making. How much value do you gain from that? And not always just 1 year. Like, it's multiple years, typically. If we think about Tool, I think Opiate was like 1991. Undertow was like 94, maybe? I can't remember exactly the years there. And then, like, Enema was 1996 or 97. Let's double check that. So Enema was 96, Undertow was 93, and I believe Opiate was 91. Yes. God, I'm good. No, actually, Opiate was 92. I don't even know what this album was. Okay, so I was close. But yeah, 92, then a single year to make Undertow, and then 3 years to make Enema, and then 5 years to make Lateralis. And then another 5 years for 10,000 Days. Right? But if we really think about it, this is the album that made or broke Tool. Their first album, Opiate, they made as heavy as possible because that was what was popular at the time. Undertow, also pretty heavy. And then Enema is really where they started making, like, albums for themselves again. But this is where you can, like, judge a band. Like, if Undertow had sucked, we never would have heard Enema, which is, in my opinion, their masterpiece. So within a year's time, they most likely had other songs they were working on when they were making Opiate. So these are probably still the product of, however long they were a band before they made it. But Enema is then, like, where their true inspiration kicks in. I don't know. It's a really interesting thing. So I like this quote. I don't know if I can make any content around it, though, right? Would a YouTube video make sense? I don't have anything that speaks to it. I'd have to find, like, some good examples. I do think I want to keep it around. I think it's, like, short-worthy. To writing, developing software? Yeah, so basically the corollary to this is, just release your MVP. The more time you spend refining the MVP, the less time you have to actually understand what your audience wants. And I think that's maybe the good corollary there. Release a lot of stuff. Yes, this is the good corollary. Let me add some notes to that. And we'll leave it. But yeah, like the corollary is basically the Five Nights at Freddy's guy made dozens of games and then finally hit it with Five Nights at Freddy's after someone said, the characters in your game look like haunted animatronics. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Boom. Success. Levels.io. I don't remember how many he made before he made it with Remote OK, but Levels.io has easily 60 or 70 products he's tried to launch. And he's known for maybe like 4. Right? If you waste all your time, right? If you waste 10 years building one product, you're depriving yourself of finding the one that people actually resonate with. Which I think is really interesting. So yeah, I like that. We're going to try and make some content around that, I think. Message. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. This, I do think I kind of want to try and make something around. I think it's maybe short-worthy, could be long-worthy. But the idea of branch deploy here is, what if you could have your own, like, Vercel, where each branch gets its own, like, deployment that you can test? Any team can do this if you have the right infrastructure set up and all that. So that's kind of cool. So you wouldn't need Vercel, you could just do your own. Now, how does that work, and what would it take to do? Like, I don't know. But this was really interesting because I went and spoke at GitHub Universe, and one of the people helping run that stage that I spoke on was the dude that wrote this. And it was really cool. So I do want to make something content-wise around that, or even just make a project that uses it. I think it could be some interesting content, though. How to build a freeze dryer. I probably don't need to save this. I like the idea, but yeah, nah. Haystack editor. Ooh, yeah. I really like the idea behind this. I think there was another one that we had looked at that was like a VS Code fork as well. And I think I wanted to share that with work. We'll call it a library, maybe? Yeah, it's like really interesting. So I'll share this one for sure. Right? But yeah, it turns a wall of diffs into a structured visual walkthrough of your pull request laid out on an infinite canvas. And Abdu, what is this deploying on? Are you saying the branch deploy thing? I think that's kind of up to you, the branch deploy thing. So hold on, let's look real quick. Yeah, I'd love to see like an example of deploying it to somewhere. And 1 second, sorry, Twitch unruffled. What's my opinion of Chef? So, number one, I've seen Chef around. I just didn't realize that it was made by Convex. I've heard the name Convex, and I know Theo uses it. I don't know. Eh, eh. It's probably worth checking out. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of database as a service. I'll give it a shot at some point. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably give it a shot at some point. So here's all like the props and stuff. Yeah, I really need to see like an example of how to do this. See, I'm not sure, Abdu. Like I think technically it's wherever you want to do it. Right? Wherever you want to do this, go for it. And Abdu, why not a fan of database as a service? Round trip times. You're going across the entire internet to connect to that. Not a fan. Do you really want to add a 100 milliseconds of latency to every database call? That sounds insane. That sounds insane. Maybe 100 is an exaggeration and it's closer to what, 40? Still, that's 40 milliseconds. When the database query itself should hopefully be done in less than 10, right? Something there doesn't make sense. Right? And keep in mind, I'm considering database as a service to be very different from DynamoDB if you're already in AWS. Right? That's a very different thing. Right? Just consider you've got a single page application. You've got the latency of going to your back end, right? Then your back end has the latency of going to the database that might be across the entire internet. You're doubling the latency. I'm not a fan of that. Yes, I mean things like planet scale or convex or Supabase or any of that stuff. It's not for me. I would even consider Clerk to be a micro database as a service. Like it's just your auth. You want to add 100 milliseconds of latency to perform your auth operations? I don't like it. I don't like it. Every permissions check? Ugh. Right? So yes, Abdu, there's a big difference between a managed database and a database as a service. Right? If you're on a platform like AWS, a managed database makes sense. I get that. Sure. Yeah, go for it. But when you're piecemealing different providers together, you run into basically like every Next.js application's problem. They're on Vercel, you're going to their backend, and then their backend is proxying to wherever your database is, and then you're doing, backup through it. It's just a bad experience. And it's not every Next.js app, but it's the broad majority of them. So yeah, real quick. Everyone out here who's on the channel, check out that link that just went out here in Twitch. It is a link to a raffle that we're going to do for Cascadia.js. So it's similar to the microservices problem, but the microservices problem is like an order of magnitude faster at the bare minimum, right? Like I would actually consider them macro services at that point. Twitch Unruffled. Microservices are still within like the same network. Macro services are spread out across all the different software as a service providers you're using. Did I just coin a term? Did I just coin a term? Macro services. I'm sure I didn't make it up, but I think it's still a fun thing. Someone actually came up with it? Okay, so I didn't come up with it. Damn it. Okay, so you know what? It's still not the same thing. Yeah, so your authentication lives with uh your authentication lives with auth0. Your authorization lives with some Zanzibar provider. Your DB lives on planet scale. Your now, so serverless is different. Yeah. Your DB lives on planet scale. Your cache system lives on Upstash. What are some other examples of this? Right, your cache system lives on Upstash. Um, okay, yeah. Hold on, Abdu, I see it. I mean, Stripe for payment, you're not going to avoid that part, so I don't know. Hold on, let me get more music going. Decentralization, exactly. All with the same problem of DNS, right? All right, so yeah. Authentication on Auth0, authorization on Zanzibar, DB on Planet Scale, cache system on Upstash, feature flagging, your feature flagging is on Launch Darkly. Your LLM calls go out to OpenAI. Oh, it has. It has. There you go. Come on, there's at least like a couple other like software as a service providers we can add to this, right? I can has cheeseburger. Marketing. Would that be part of like your typical like happy path, like like a path through the application? Your files on some storage thing. Nah, like we want to avoid the things that are actually the right answer. So like S3, um, telemetry, Grafana Cloud. All right. It's called upload thing, Abdu. And I think upload thing is actually like the right abstraction too. Like S3 is the correct answer, right? To me, we're trying to point out like the wrong answers. And I'm not saying like these are all totally the wrong answer, but like, I think S3 is like the right answer. Whether you're using a wrapper like upload thing or not, like S3 is tricky if you've never done it. So I get it. I think there's a good target market for upload thing. Okay, so I'm not new, but yep. But yeah, anyone watching, if you want to go to Seattle JS, or sorry, to Cascadia JS in September, you can get a free ticket worth $799 if you just sign up using that form on Google. I would request that you opt into the marketing, opt into promotional emails because they will have other discounts and things like that in the future. But if you think you could make it to Seattle in September, you could get a free ticket to Cascadia JS. All you got to do is sign up. If you don't opt in to the promotional emails, your email will only be used for sending the ticket if you win. That's it. No big deal. Yeah, Elasticsearch as a service. Message queue as a service. All right, so RabbitMQ doesn't have one. Hosted Kafka? Ivan. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We'll just say etc. Hold on. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do this. Yeah. Exactly, Abdu. Yeah. Redis as a service. I believe Upstash is basically that, right? Yeah, Upstash. And yes, Walter for your entitlements. Yeah, I know where to switch unruffled. All right, so hold on. Oh no. Oh, their editor sucks. Oh yeah, no, we're good. All right, good enough. Whatever. Wait, what is CO as a service? Co-working as a service? There you go. All right, so back to going through the archive. But yeah, Haystack seems cool. Oh, yeah. Nope, I'm saving this one. Definitely saving that one. This goes in SAS stuff, and it goes to the top. That one goes to the top. Yeah, co-working spaces are expensive, for sure. What is Zizmore? Static analysis tool for GitHub Actions. Oh, I like this. No, this one's cool. You're fighting with the project and no longer having a good time. Yeah. Sounds about right. Text to vector generation. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, this will go in library. Yeah, this one seems really cool. The mom test. Ooh, yep, this is business stuff. I still want to forget about it, you know? I know, right? Wait till you see this Trello board. Oh, yes. Okay, so I've looked at Backstage before. It seems interesting. Not that relevant right now. Yeah, the laughable stack. Yep. Or the laughable, yeah, large agile framework appropriate for big lumbering enterprises. That's probably YouTube short worthy. Show Hacker News. Yep. We don't need to have that as a tab. Board Game IO seems kind of cool. Actually, yeah, I think the comments there are worth it. That'll go in libraries, though. think it's cool. I'd probably still just go with another Insta360. It is cheap. Do they have like a newer version, maybe? We'll keep this one in the archive. Just there. Because I don't have a place to put it. Proposing a tutorial. Yep, we did that already. It is always a fun journey. Yeah, last time we did it was like over a year ago. Config seems interesting. Yep, it's basically just a wrapper around API generator stuff. So I don't think we need to hold on to that. It is cool that he open sourced it. Yeah, the board game thing is really interesting. Yeah, last time we did it, I made chat raise. Hold on. Trellis. I made chat raise 1,000,000 channel points to do it. So now we're just doing it because it's a holiday. Oh, and yeah, we... Hold on. We might not have a good one of these. What up, Dragoman? Where do I get my tabs? Typically, I source my tabs. They're farm-to-table tabs. No. Hacker News. Yes, this is just as cursed as I remember it. This is just as cursed as I remember it. Yeah, exactly. I forgot all about it. Oh, this is so cursed. We're keeping that one around. It's more cursed now. Yeah, somehow it's like even more cursed. Yeah, it is just as good as the previous one. Oh, that is so good. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love that it paused. I'm gonna 3D print these. I'm gonna 3D print these, and we're gonna send it off. Like it'll be some swag that you can like buy. How about that? Sounds great, right? Okay, hold up. That is perfect. I wish I could like. Can you pay someone money for a perfect tweet, like a perfect tweet reply? The marginless stack. Marginless. I am like actually tearing up because of it. The marginless stack. Oh, the Vercel stack, the marginless stack. Like, there's so many good names. Dude, Steve's the best. Oh, that is good. Oh, that is good. All right, so let's keep going. Standard schema is awesome. I feel like we could do like a short or something about it. Yeah, it's really cool that like validator people have like gotten together and like worked on it together. So Colin, I think this is the Valibot guy. Yep, and then this is the archetype guy. Like they are like the cool core like main contributors. It's really awesome. I think we even had this dude hop into our chat at one point, and I was probably not as welcoming as I should have been. So that's my fault. No, because I was just like, what's the point? Why not just use Zod? I don't think I was like a total jerk about it, but I definitely wasn't as like receptive as I could have been. So yeah, that's my bad. Oh, yes. I definitely want to apply to this fund. Yep, that's just their thing. Devrel.agency, the Devrel journey map. Eh, we'll throw that over into other. When did I pop this open? I doubt this job's still available. If it is, it's probably not a job you want. If it's been in here that long, it's probably not a job you want. Um, Vercel is good for certain things, right? I think it maybe gets more hate than it deserves, and then sometimes I see some of Guillermo Rauch's tweets, and then I think it gets not enough hate. We'll leave it at that. Wait, so this company still has this posted? Yeesh. Maybe it's fine. Maybe, maybe they just have so much demand for DevRel engineers that it got reposted. You never know, right? Come on, benefit of the doubt and all that. You never know. Y Combinator application guide. Yeah. I don't know if we need to save that. Yeah, they just hire every single DevRel engineer that applies. Duh. Oh, this was like an accelerator thing. That's a bummer. AI2 incubator. I don't have any AI stuff I would be seeking, but we'll still throw it into SaaS. Why not? Oh, yes. Cloudflare Workers Launchpad. There are definitely things we could just spin up on the Cloudflare stack. Oh, we're saving this one. This one's staying right at the top. I keep forgetting about it. Yep, that one stays right there in the L1 cache of the archive. This did seem interesting. I think maybe they were hiring at some point. I don't know. It did seem interesting, though. But I don't know if we need to save it. Yeah, another database provider. Like, keep in mind, I don't think database as a service is inherently, like, always bad. I just wouldn't try and build, like, a business on it. Like, demo project, side project? Sure. I just wouldn't want to build, like, a business on it. And yeah, that hackathon, done and dusted. They'll propose another one next year, I'm sure. This does seem interesting, right? Like, the whole Microsoft thing, they want to record your screen and all that. Like, yeah, you could do this, but have it all stored locally. Yeah, what is this? Like Microsoft? Yeah, it is, but it's like self-hosted. Yeah, so like that's actually kind of cool. Now I think they have a service that you can pay for too, right? Maybe not. No, it's just the SDK, just the app. There are like other things you could pay for, like on the marketplace or something. So yeah, that's interesting too. Yeah, I like the idea. We'll do the GitHub repo. Um. Ooh. Yeah, I liked this. That'll go into the other. And maybe we even like pull out DevRel stuff into a separate thing. Ooh, SAML, a technical primer. We'll look it up when we need to. Ooh, I really like this. Yeah, yeah, I want to keep this around. Ooh, comment anchors. We're using like a to-do thing, but this is kind of nice as well. Right, I like the idea of like separate types. Yeah, this one's nice. I like this one. I'm not using it right now, but I might in the future. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I should be sharing most of these. Sorry about that. Better Auth. I've heard really good things about Better Auth. I haven't used it yet, but it seems really nice. And yeah, of course, they're going to launch their own cloud. Duh. You've been using it for your personal projects and you like it? Awesome. Yeah, it seems really nice. This one I'm adding to here. Yeah, Better Auth looks really nice. Flex Search. I always forget about Flex Search, but this one is really, really nice for doing like full text search in the browser. I think technically even in Node.js, but yeah, if you need to do like indexing in the browser, it's really good. And benchmark wise, like we can just start it. Let's just, I don't know, call it good. Defaults. You still like Auth.js? Okay. Yeah, mixed nuts. I'm not sure. I haven't used any of those things. At this point, I've implemented Auth enough that I'm not worried about it. But if they end up implementing like SAML and OIDC and some of those things, well then, yeah, that's where I would start looking at it. But then Keycloak probably solves that problem too. I haven't, like, SAML and OIDC are a nice problem to have. And I don't have those problems yet. Eventually, yeah, maybe. Auth.js has a plugin for OIDC. Gotcha. Yeah, those would be the cases where I think I would get a lot of value. But everyone joining, real quick. Today's the day, yeah, that we're going through this stuff. Better Auth also has a plugin. Okay, yeah, really useful. Let me just point out though, if you would be able to travel to Seattle in September, Cascadia JS is allowing me to give away a free ticket. So we're going to have a raffle. You go fill out that form, just enter your email and your name. I would like it if you opted into other emails, because the creators of Cascadia JS are going to do another raffle. They're going to have other promotions and things like that too. And they even have like a way of like applying for like a student like version, or like a, an unemployed version or freelancer version, things like that. Realistically, you should try and convince your boss that it's worth paying for a ticket. But we will be giving at least one ticket away, depending on how well this session goes. We're going to run the raffle collection for like a week, and then we'll just pick a name at random. But if you think you could make it to Seattle for September 18th and 19th, you can get a free ticket that's worth like $800. And it's a really cool conference. I'll be speaking. I'll be giving a lightning talk. So I'll be hanging out there. Should be pretty fun. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. Yep. And, if you're working at a company, you get a free ticket. You can always convince your company maybe to pay for your hotel room or your flight or any of that stuff. I think, yeah, it's a really, really cool event. And the organizers are awesome, and I really appreciate the fact that they even reached out to me to do this. So, yeah, I'm really stoked. I'll be doing some tweets about it and stuff like that, too. But, yeah. Yeah, anyone that thinks going to Seattle is something you would be able to do, sign up. Only one entry counts, so you can't just, like, spam it. But yeah, we're just letting this run. I'm going to pour a soda in the meantime. And yeah, if you make it out, we should hang out. We should get a drink. And if you don't drink, you know, I'll get a drink and you can watch me drink. And we'll chat and, you know, BS around a bit. Pal around. All right, so we're running these benchmarks just to like show how fast Flex Search is compared to some of the others, right? I've used Fuse before. I've used, I think, Lunar at one point for a project as well. A soda. Yeah, exactly. So here we go, right? Looking at these numbers, damn. Flex Search destroys the benchmarks. Now, we might want to look and see if they're doing something weird because it's their own benchmark. But yeah, like the memory consumption of it, different types of queries, like it is massively faster than pretty much anything else. It's like orders of magnitude faster than every single other thing in the category. Like, that's crazy. It's an order of magnitude faster, at least, in every category. It is suspiciously good. Yeah, if you want to, like, dig into the results, I would be curious. Like, suspiciously good. But yes, if you need browser side full text search, it's worth checking out. Ooh, the music's a little quiet, especially for how good this album is. All right, so the fear of being wrong, adelophobia. Right? Most people probably don't have such an intense feeling of being wrong that they have a phobia for it, but most of us have at least some kind of like fear of being corrected, fear of not knowing enough or saying the wrong thing. I think it's especially prevalent for like when you're giving a presentation at a meetup or a conference. If I say the wrong thing, people are going to think I'm stupid. You know what? People are wrong all the time. There's still value in being mostly right. And in general, you know, presentations at conferences, presentations at meetups, they're entertainment. Most people are not expecting you to be the absolute expert. There are some people that think just because you gave a talk, you are the expert. But those people, I think, are like new to this stuff anyways. Typically like juniors and people breaking into the industry. Just because someone gives a talk about JWTs doesn't mean they know about every single other type of token auth. I don't think I've ever told Carter Rabasa this. He's one of the organizers of Cascadia JS. He was nice enough to be like interviewed for one of our podcast episodes. He's awesome. One of the very first meetups I remember going to, not the first, but very early. It was probably 2015. He gave a talk at the Seattle Node.js meetup about JWTs. After the talk, I flagged him down and talked to him and was like, hey, what about this other type of token? I think it was like WSS tokens or something like that. Where basically it's like a brand new token with every request. And he had no idea what those are. You don't have to be the expert, but he still gave a really great talk about JWTs. And I'm almost certain he doesn't remember that I flagged him down and asked that. Because why would he, right? He doesn't have a freakish memory that remembers just the most random things, like movie quotes. That's my job. But yes, I don't think I've let him know that I still remember that. Because I don't know. I don't want to embarrass him or something. But yeah, Carter Rabasa, awesome dude. This is back when he was at Twilio, 2015, like the heyday of like meetups. And like, man, the meetup scene in Seattle was so good back then. Mm-hmm. Your goal with a YouTube video, with a presentation talk, like a meetup or a conference, is not to say every single thing. It's to make it entertaining that makes people think. And then that gives them fuel to put in the research later. I think that's especially true here on Twitch, even, right? You don't have to be the absolute expert with anything. You don't have to have a curriculum you want to go over on your stream. Just hop on and start building stuff. Hop on and start chatting about tech. That's something I've seen very, very good YouTubers actually get wrong about streaming on Twitch. They treat it like they're making a YouTube video. They have an agenda of exactly what they want to do and how quickly they want to get to it, and they're only going to be live for like 2 hours. Nah, man. Right? Like, Jack Harrington. I think Jack Harrington, right? Blue collar coder, right? Very smart dude, really entertaining content, great presenter at conferences, etc. He approached streaming absolutely wrong. And I think he burnt himself out on it because of it. I think he also just didn't have the audience he was expecting either. Because the people that want to watch a live stream are not the same people that want to watch a YouTube video. If that were the case, Theo would have 70,000 people watching his Twitch streams, you know? Or 50,000, I guess, is his like average for a video right now. No, it's not the way it works. People want to watch YouTube videos on their own time. A live stream scratches a different itch. So yeah, basically all of these like rants and things, yeah, I want to make a YouTube video about this, touching on the things I just spoke about. And maybe we could even clip what I'm talking about here. I don't know. We'll see. I'm pretty lazy. Right? Like, this is probably one of those ones that I'd want to, like, read and then talk about as we're going, like Primogen style. I think there is value to that kind of content. Like, absolutely. Number one, just discoverability of an article. Like, how would you find this article if someone doesn't, like, bring it to your attention? I found it on Hacker News. Like, during our news crawl. But how many people do a news crawl? How many, it's really easy to miss that one article on Hacker News because some other thing pushes it outside of the front page. So yeah, I really like that kind of content. I don't make enough of it myself. I'm less keen on like current events. Like, to me, this seems timeless. dude wrote this article in 2023. You can make a YouTube video about this topic and this article anytime, and it would be relevant anytime. Whereas there are some things that are relevant at a very specific point in time, which I think Theo is especially good at. I think Theo is especially good at like the current event stuff. I'm not saying he's incapable of the others. I'm just saying that seems to be his forte. And what I think he is most interested in making anyway. So yeah, not something I would care to do. I'm glad someone's doing it. Yeah, exactly, Maniac. For sure, man. Yeah, I think there's just value in, like the more we know we know nothing, right? The more you learn about something, the more you realize that there's more to learn. Nothing seems suspicious. Exactly the same tests. All right, Ketos. Yeah, thank you for looking at that. I think really the next thing would be like, how? How is it so fast? Right? Are they doing some like bit shifting, like bit masking stuff? Like how are they generating their indexes? I don't know, man. Yeah, it's crazy because they even consume less RAM, so their indexes are more optimized too. Yeah, I'm really curious about that library, Ketos. If you end up looking into it more, let me know. I'll take it at face value and be like, it's just what I'll use. Because I'm not curious enough. Seems like it just has to be some kind of genius. Yeah, but understanding how they're doing that, I don't know, could help us understand how to write better JavaScript code, Now this is insane. Like a CPU that runs brainfuck. Oh my God. I don't know why I saved this. I just thought it was interesting. I don't think I can make any content around it, but pretty cool. Brainfuck Enterprise Solutions. Okay, you know what? Brainfuck? Right? We'll probably just end up creating like a brainfuck video. Less timeless, but interesting still. I think more fun just because we'd have to like censor the hell out of it for YouTube, right? We're gonna wear out the beep button. Ooh, this is nice for doing local dev stuff. I really like that one. The podcast index. Yeah, I actually want to keep that. That'll just go over in random or other. And yeah, I need to get our Get Kraken podcast published. Like, I really, really need to do that. Damn, is Twitter still having like some scaling issues? Like it's saying I got notifications and I don't see any of them. Or I don't see any new ones. Whatever. What was that local hosting library? Hostel? So it's not for hosting, it's for modifying your like host's file, right? So if you're not like aware of what the host's file does, it's a way of maybe having a domain name locally that resolves to just like your localhost 3000 or something, which becomes very useful for doing like local SSL stuff, right? Like local HTTPS. It's also really nice for maybe like scaffolding together a bunch of like microservices, or not microservices necessarily, but you've got your API, you've got your front end, you've got your marketing site, right? You got your single page application, you got them on like separate, subdomains. Yeah, exactly, Krasner. Yeah, local HTTPS does drive you mad. This is a nice way of at least programmatically manipulating your host's file. So when you spin up your like local dev server, it goes and edits and adds an entry for your domain name, and then when you kill that server, it goes and removes it for you. So you're not like polluting your host's file. Could be really nice. Like you could just edit that stuff, like your host's file with a bash script or something, but this is maybe cross-platform. Bash script is cross-platform enough for what we do here anyway. I don't think Windows has a host's file. I don't know how Windows does that stuff, actually. But, I don't know. Could still be cool. All right. What is nitric? Oh, okay. So this is like a deployment SDK for like any cloud? I'm curious about that. Okay, so yeah, you could plug it into Pulumi or Terraform or whatever. Okay. I think I like that. Yeah, this is kind of nifty. I don't know if I'm gonna save it. I'll throw it over. Whatever. We're gonna have to go through and like clean up this library section here at some point. Auto editor. So we've looked at this. There's another one that if I schedule a call with them. Yeah, let me look this up. Let me go look at my email over here. They did reach out. Mosaic. Yeah, so I'm going to create another category over here. AI video editing. So auto editor is one of them. Mosaic is the other. Mosaic is the one that wants me to like schedule a call to chat with them. But like honestly, any of these things that would make editing easier, right? Especially like as a DevRel, could be really good. Yeah, tidying up the archive will be its own thing. Realistically, tidying up the archive would be more of a like I should be making more content, and that would be the way I tidy up at least like the YouTube parts of things. I'm really slacking on my own YouTube stuff. I need to do more. Okay, so WXT here seems interesting. There's another tool I've looked at for making browser extensions that I've used as well. But that one's trying to like be its own like hosted bullshit. Whereas this is at least separate. So I'm going to throw this into the library section. Yeah, I think if we need to like start trimming things down, the library section is going to be the biggest. Like, yeah, that'll be the one that we got to actually prune. Yeah, the mechanic whose car is always in disarray. Yeah, exactly. Like, it works, but, you know, like, they're also just too lazy to do what they would do for, like, a customer, you know? It's like cooking at home. When I'm cooking at home, oh, yeah, I take shortcuts. Like, you know, I do it as lazy as possible. If I was cooking for other people, it'd be better than I ever eat on my own, you know? I would actually have, like, a full, like, you know, a full meal instead of just like tonight I'm going to be doing pork skewers, right? I guess it's shawarma. I just call them kebabs. I'm going to be doing some pork kebabs tonight. We'll see if I do any veggies. I did order some like salad greens, so I'll at least eat that like as a separate thing, but we'll see if I add some like, you know, chopped up peppers or onions to the kebabs. Did I consider maybe Wednesday or Sunday? Yeah, that's definitely been a plan. I just tend to have like work stuff I need to do on those days instead. Or some Sundays, just video games I want to play. You've heard me say this before. Streaming keeps me on task way more than I keep myself on task off stream. I've gotten so much more done being distracted by Twitch chat than I ever got done distracting myself offline. Like within the first maybe 2 weeks of streaming, I knocked out at least like 3 or 4 of the projects I'd been thinking about doing for years, you know? Like, if you think my Trello board of, like, project ideas is a new thing, no, dude. I'm an ideas guy that decided to become a dev, basically, because I couldn't afford to pay other people to do it. Like, I got ideas. There's no way I can stop having ideas. The key is you write them down when you have them. Otherwise, you lose them because you can only maintain a working set of ideas of maybe 5 to 10 things. The best ones, you'll never forget. But as you come up with new ones that aren't maybe your best ones, they push out other ones that are maybe not your best ones either. Like you can basically maintain a working set of 10 project ideas in your head. If you're not writing them down, you're losing them. I believe Stephen King operates on the same idea. Like you can only I think he's even less. You can only maintain like 3 or 4 stories in your head at once. And real quick, hold on. Shout out La Fiber, dude. How you doing? Hold on, wait. Is it like the band Le Tigre? So La Fibre? Is that French? That looks like French. So are you like France French or Canadian French? And yeah, let me give you a follow. Yeah, thank you for the raid. So I can see... I see the word WebSocket. France French. Cool. Yeah, welcome. How's it going there, NetCorp? You are catching us on like a once-a-year event where we go through our tabs. Everything from here to the left is my archive of tabs, and we're already like way more than halfway through it. I operate with the idea that basically bookmarks get thrown away. Bookmarks also tend to just live on like one machine. So as I go through the archive and we are saving some of these, throwing the others away, we're adding them to a Trello board that I can access anywhere. So then, yes, I've got things that I think could be a cool, like, longer YouTube video, things that could be a good YouTube short, libraries I don't want to forget about, stuff related to, like, software as a service, such as a list of the top 100 accelerator and incubator programs, stuff about feature flags, because I'm keenly interested in feature flags, things about just business in general and, like, you know, like, how to operate a business, the mom test, things like that. The other categories, just like something where I don't have a definition. And then, you know, we created these two categories today because we had at least a couple things that were kind of linked. But the main idea is just that this tab archive Trello board, I can take with me anywhere. Your bookmarks tend to just exist on a single machine. How do I retain the tabs amongst system restarts and shutdowns? I typically don't restart my machine more often than like once a month. Like, I'm sure I've gone even longer than that. Yeah, restart? What is that? Like, I understand it's a word. I just don't know what it means. But no, basically Chrome will maintain like your working set. No extension. Like Chrome, like I only have one Chrome window. So if you only have the one Chrome window, Chrome's really good about maintaining it. Now, if you have multiple, that's when it starts to like lose stuff. Firefox is way worse. Firefox has lost an entire like archive of tabs for me. So yes, I do not trust Firefox to maintain my tabs. And no, like Maniac, I was kidding. I understand what a restart and what a reboot are. Yeah. Why don't I try a self-hosted extension? Because then that extension still exists only on this one machine. A Trello board is on the internet, right? Oh, absolutely, Lefebvre. Am I saying that right? There's a band, Le Tigre, band. Yeah. Are they the ones that did that, One Night to Be Confused? Like, no, I think it's a different band. What band am I thinking of? This might be the band. Oh, no, I'm thinking of The Knife. Yeah, I don't remember what songs Le Tigre did. Now I gotta, like, listen to one. I don't remember. Like, I don't remember any of their songs. What was, like, a popular one? Oh, and I'm sorry. Yeah, one second. It thought the Socket.io thing was a link. My bad. I can read the link, so you don't have to repost it, but let me just add you to regular so you can do links in the future. Oh, this song! Okay, I know this song. This was in a snowboard video. That's how I know the band. It's in one of my favorite snowboard videos of all time. I think this was Afterbang. Okay, yeah, that's why I know this band. Good old Robot Food Productions. Okay, so oh, and Majid Karakeep. Yeah, sure, it could work. Yeah, no, I get it. I think a Trello board works for me. It's not worth like bike shedding over how we do it, as long as I have a process. So then, yeah, real quick, let me read what you wrote. For information, tonight on your stream, you coded a small application using React, TypeScript, and Socket.io to create a mini chat application. Cool. Yeah, Carrot Keep seems interesting. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Nah, seems cool. I'm good. Like, if it works for you, keep using it, right? Yeah. I don't know. I've got a process, and it works for me enough that it's not worth trying to optimize any further. It's kind of a fun song, right? And yeah, right now we're doing our news crawl, or not news crawl, but going through our tab archive. We've got, I don't know, like 10-ish tabs to go through, and then we're going to be working on Oh My GHaaD, which will be fun. And that's basically like you have a text file. Sure. Yeah, no worries. Like Majid, whatever works for you. That's the important part. Absolutely. Yeah, you can't believe how many tabs we made it through. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, the idea of Oh My GHaaD is that, if you have a Git repo that just has JSON files in it, to modify those files, you need an account, right? So you can do the OAuth. And then your permissions to that are managed by the organization or yourself that owns that repo. You could probably even do it like based upon like a contributors file or something of like which files can be modified by who, right? All that stuff can actually be handled by GitHub. So your data and like your back end can all just be managed by a Git hosting provider like GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, or Azure DevOps, which is kind of cool, right? So that's the idea. We want to build an abstraction that allows you to do a serverless application that treats your Git hosting provider as the manager of your infrastructure. Now, would you want to build large scale applications for that? Hell no. No, that would be bad. But for internal apps, why not? Like for something that maybe 10 people at your organization are going to use, it's better than a spreadsheet. So it could be fun just like at least prototype and prove out internal applications without worrying about the hosting infrastructure. That's the main goal. That's like the idea behind it. And the reason I'm doing it is there's an app I want to make for work. I work as a developer advocate at GitKraken. I need to propose talks for conferences. I don't know about every conference. So I want other people on my team to propose conferences that I should apply to. So it's a CFP tracker for conferences. So I can maintain my list of talks. I can add conferences to it as I see them, and then other people can add, and I can then associate those together and track what I've applied to and what I haven't. And we can also like order them based upon when the CFP closes. So I can prioritize which ones need to be applied to first. Kind of a fun idea. But yeah, like Git hosting as a database. So yeah, real quick, let me shout out some follows. I missed a bunch of them. Firebrand, Papata, Van Choi, Bofa, and Pierre BG. Thank you all for the follows. Welcome. Let me get more music going. Yeah, I was thinking Le Tigre was this band because I mentioned The Knife. Now I need to hear this song because I love this song. Um, Heartbeats. That bass line. So yeah, thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it, Lefebvre. Again, let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm just thinking about the band Le Tigre. But yeah, we're going to continue going through our tabs, and then we're going to work on our project here in a sec. Just as a sneak preview, the project is using a new morphism component library. So it's got this like style to it. It's the first app I've done with this style, even though it's like no longer popular. I don't care. Just seems like something fun to do. The Fiber of Dev. Okay. See, this is crazy. Okay, yeah, I want to keep this around for sure. All right, so yeah, we're just sorting and filtering our tabs, and we're getting there. Oh, yeah. No, I think I like this. The definition of open source. And yeah, Get Butler links to this. I think Fair Source is really cool. We're using a thing called New Morphism. So it's just a library. New Morphism is a little bit like old school. You like my nose? Even with the blemish on it right now? Oh, hold on, wait. I like your nose. Is that a reference to the song that Vaughn sings in Community? He says that line in the song. But yeah, Maniac. What I actually want to do, like, this is a style that is basically no longer like popular and considered cool. I still think it looks cool. Right? It's meant to mimic like real world like button interfaces, like rubberized button interfaces or whatever. All right, so then, yeah, let me just get back to some synthwave. But what I want to do is I want to make a GHaaD CN wrapper for this. Very similar to how the Neo-Brutalism library is like a GHaaD CN wrapper as well. So I basically want to copy the style, like not the styling of this site, but like the overall structure of this site. But do it for New Morphism instead of Neo-Brutalism. I think that'd be kind of fun. All right, so yeah, Fair Source. We can close that for now. Oh, the open source pledge is really cool too. Oh, interesting. Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is really cool. Well, I'm going to keep this one around just for fun. When you say the definition of open source, you mean like the article, right? The future of open source? Yeah, we'll paste it. Right, it's by Git Butler. And they also link out to the fair source license, which is something that, right, like Git Butler is like into, and Sentry. Like, I think technically fair source is like a Sentry initiative. The key thing is if you look at, where is it? All right, learn more. Fair source definition. Hold on. Where do we see like the licenses? Here we go. Licenses. So they've changed up their side a bit. Basically, there is the functional source license, as well as like fair core and business source license. So these are licenses that are basically you maintain the copyright and the ability to monetize your open source project for X amount of years after each commit, right? And then at that point, the source code goes into MIT license or something to the effect. It's very popular in so MariaDB, I think, was one of the first big ones. There's some other companies that do it as well. I'm trying to remember them. But the problem with the business source license is that you are allowed to change the amount of time, right? Where it says usually 4 years. That means that every instance of the business source license is its own unique thing, which means that if you want to use software that is business source licensed at a large enterprise company, the legal team has to sign off on each individual business source license. Whereas instead, they may have signed off on MIT and BSD and Apache license, and then you can use anything that uses those. But because business source license allows variability, it means that legal has to sign off on it individually. Fair source license follows the business source license idea of 2 years, but it is strictly 2 years, and there is no modification of this, right? If you are using the fair source license, it is exactly that. What that means is if you get fair source license software approved once, other fair source license is approved as well at your organization. So if you're building software that you want enterprises to be able to use and self-host, this is a much better way of getting into those organizations than a bustle, right? Business source license. So yeah, I do think this is probably like YouTube short worthy. We're going to keep this one around because I think it's kind of cool. Ooh, a self-hosted Vercel Netlify Cloudflare. Kind of an interesting idea. Not sure why I'd use this over something like Coolify. But kind of cool. I'll at least like paste the link for y'all. And yeah, Git native CDN platform as a service. Like, kind of cool. I like the term Git native. I think, Oh My GHaaD, right? The Git hosting as a database is also Git native. A collective list of free APIs. We might just keep this one around, but I like the idea of it. We'll at least post it. I don't know. Libraries. Yeah, you like the name of the project? Yeah, I like it too. For Oh My GHaaD? No, not yet. Like it, I don't know if we would even host it on like a proper domain. We'd probably just do like a GitHub pages like thing. I don't think we need like a full-on domain. Cartesia, I do want to look at some point. I don't think I want to like archive that one. Keylogger. Oh, Comfy UI. Yeah, I think we're using that. We don't have it running right now, which is good. Yep. Yeah, so if you're using Comfy UI, be very careful of stuff you install. Be very careful. So yeah, the story of Git, meh. Dorkly, open source feature flags. An open source feature flag backend for Launch Darkly. They called it Dorkly. I like that. Oh, yeah, I really like this. We'll put that over in the random stuff, like in the other. Ooh, guitar is really cool. All right, so this is basically from the people that were building out Piranha at Uber, but then guitar is like separate. So yeah, we'll put guitar over in the feature flags area. And then, yeah, Immunify, bug bounties. This is mainly like crypto stuff. But yeah, I don't think I'll hold on to this one, but still kind of interesting. If you're looking for bug bounties and, you know, to make some money on the side kind of a thing, could be worth it. Damn, some of these have a lot of money in like their max bounty system. So if bug bounty stuff is interesting to you, definitely check it out. But yeah, this is mainly just crypto. So depending on how into crypto you are. And then bam, that's all of it. Here we go. And this is a different Trello board, but yeah, we'll bring this one back over. Stack off, super good. Unofficial APIs officially maintained. Yeah, let's just go through the list over here, see if there's anything important. Yeah, we'll leave a bunch of these. Masijo will leave. Definitely, yeah, like all this other stuff is just the working tabs. So we'll go through those later. But basically everything from the Trello board to the right is the working session. Everything from the Trello board to the left is the archive. And yeah, this is cursed. So we're going to leave some things in the archive, but we at least went through all of it. Cool. I feel like we went through that quicker than the last time I did the archive like cleaning up. But I do need to use the restroom. Let me go do that real quick. And we will get to the project we're working on, Oh My GHaaD. But let me pee. BRB. Ooh, Okay. So yeah, how is everyone's Monday going? How's your holiday? Here is the CFP tracker we started working on. This is to dog food, the Oh My GHaaD library that we're building, and we're just, having some fun with it. Let's look at some of the code. So the main gist is we've got this utility that's going to manage all of the data fetching and a lot of the state. It does mean that we still need some other states, so we have Yotai for like maintaining our token and some other stuff. But this is going to maintain the abstraction over the Git hosting as a service, right? As a database. We've got the idea of adapters. Right now we're just working with the mock service worker adapter, which is missing a bunch of functionality, but we're kind of doing this from like an outside-in approach rather than like an inside-out approach. So we're trying to validate the things we're building as we're building them rather than building the entire library before we even try to integrate it. And then that'll help us understand if there are gaps and things we're missing. Now, I've already built another application called Vexilla. It's got a bunch of bugs. It's not perfect, but it does do the Git as a database kind of approach for modifying feature flags, which is kind of interesting. So I've done an application like this before, but it is very much like our fetchers and all this stuff for GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket. Those are very specific to the functionality that we needed for this. Now, some of it is pretty generic, right? Like publish pull request, etc. But then other stuff is very much about like, well, is the branch valid? Is, like get the current config, some of those things. Nice. So yeah, what we're doing is we're taking some of the stuff we did from my previous project, Vexilla, and we're kind of abstracting it out so that we can build other applications with it. The core reasoning for this is I want to build something for work that is a CFP trackers. So the conferences, we'll create a form and a page and how to add those, right? The talks, we'll create a form and a page for those. But we just started building out the front end for this yesterday, deciding on the library we want to use and a bunch of that stuff. And yeah, I think that was a really productive, like, paring down of things, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, right? We got close to like 30 things that I feel like I can make a decent YouTube, like a longer YouTube video about. And when I say longer, like more than 5 minutes. Then we've also got a bunch of things I think we could make some good shorts out of. So yeah, pretty pumped on it. Glad we went through that stuff. But now, let's start building out some of these forms. And let me just double check a few things here and there. X Factors. So it's just a thing for work. It's for tracking conferences and their CFP dates, and then the talks that I plan on proposing to them. The main gist is it's going to be dog fooding the Oh My GHaaD library. So a big part of it is at GitKraken, we make tools for managing Git and doing all that stuff. But our marketing team doesn't use Git nearly enough. I think we need to be dog fooding our own like GitKraken tools, even in the marketing and sales teams, right? And like all that stuff. So the more we can kind of like force ourselves to dog food our products, the better off we'll be. That's my theory, at least. And yeah, just to shout it out, we've got this recurring command, Cascadia.js will be in Seattle September 18th through 19th. Use the form to enter into a raffle for a free ticket worth $800. Only fill out the form if you think you'll actually be able to show up. And we will do the raffle, I'm thinking maybe like next Saturday. And if we get enough like engagement and, you know, the people at Cascadia.js are stoked on it, we might be able to do a second raffle. But yeah, I will be speaking at Cascadia.js. It'll be a lightning talk, all right? 10 minutes. Just going to very quickly cover how you could build your own tooling on top of the AT Proto Firehose, right? AT Proto can be as simple as a WebSocket. That's the name of the talk. But yeah, I think it could be cool. It's a really great conference, and even if you don't win the raffle, they will be doing like another giveaway possibly. They will be doing discounts and things like that. If you want to be notified, you know, opt into it via the form. And, you know, I'll be passing off the email list of people that opted in to the organizers of Cascadia.js. And they're really cool people. So, yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. And we'll get to hang out. But if you don't win the raffle, just keep in mind, it might be something where you could convince your boss or your company to pay for you to go to a conference. Like most companies have some kind of budget for self-learning per year. Right? Conferences can be that. And also, if you're an indie developer or a freelancer or a student, They will actually work with you. There's a way to like apply for a sponsored ticket, basically. So don't think you have to pay the full $800 if you're indie. If you work at a company, your company could probably pay it. So yeah, let's start building this out. We need to create pages for conferences and talks. Let's do that first. We are using Next.js. That's pretty rare for me, but not a big deal. All right, so then here, export default function. This is conferences. We'll do the same thing for this. There we go. All right. So yeah, conferences, talks, cool. What we also want to do, and I forget the syntax, is how do we do like individual conferences and individual talks? I don't do enough Next.js projects, so I got to go look this up every time. I think it's like colon ID or colon slug or something like that. Oh, it's brackets. Ah, you're right. It's the square brackets. Let me just double check it. Not that I doubt you, but I just want to make sure. Oh, it'll be a file. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, slug is a leaf segment, and the name would just be slug.tsx. Or no, it would actually be a folder, right? So no, Majid, it would be the directory, and then inside the directory, it would be a .tsx file. Yeah, right, like this. So then same thing. Okay, so we scaffolded out those pages. And I'm okay with making all of this stuff client only. I think all these pages are going to be use client. Right? It's basically just a single page app. All right, so we got the pages scaffolded. Let's go back to the home page real quick. And how do we want to do the styling of this? And let me pour another beverage, because it is a holiday, right? Come on. Be a whole lot cooler if it did. I don't necessarily celebrate the holiday for the sake of the holiday itself, but any holiday is worth celebrating, right? My name's Chris, and I like to party. Anyone remember the reference I was making there? You ever seen the movie Hot Rod? Whiskey. Why are you saying it weird? Where do you get off? Why am I saying what weird? That one doesn't even have an H in it. Where do you get off? Yeah, dude, it's such a fun movie. Here I have this tattoo where a rebellious youth is peeing on FM radio and a television set. I know, a little implausible, but I like to think he was up late having sex the night before, and a bit of residue is plugging up his urethra, causing it to go in two separate directions. Like, dude, it's just like, dude. Yeah, Chris Parnell is great. I go to church every Sunday. You're going to bring the demons out of me? I was just going to do that quote. This is my hat. This is totally my hat now. Dude, I think that was one of that dude's first movies. I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm almost positive that was his first movie. Yeah, almost positive. All right, so let's get back to the homepage itself. Yeah, these squiggles will never get rid of just because that new morphism library is not up to date. Which is a little annoying, but whatever. But what I want to do here is we are going to do inset, because here's the thought I'm having, right? Each card is going to be an indentation in the service, and the buttons are then like raised within that indentation, right? So it creates the illusion of one of those like, like physical real world like interfaces. What we really just want to do is this home page is pretty much going to be like the only like marketing page for this project. And it's called UI Neumorphism. It is old. Anyone out here who really fancies themselves as like a designer slash developer, we call them dev-ziners. If you're trying to build out a portfolio, I would highly recommend taking this style, but making a SHAD CN component library instead. Very similar to how neo-brutalism works, right? It's just a SHAD CN wrapper with their own like JSON files that you bring in. But you can get like all of these like cool stylized components. They're just SHAD CN components. Like the person who made neo-brutalism didn't come up with the components any differently than what SHAD CN already has. But they did bring the styling to it, and they're utilizing, you know, SHAD CN's installer. Kind of a cool idea. I think that would be a far better bit for your portfolio if you're really trying to be like a front-end slash design-focused developer. Building a component library is going to be one of the most common things you'll do as like a front-end focused dev. Right? Like building out a design system is one of the most common large-scale, like senior level things you might do it at an organization. So having experience doing that could be pretty huge. If you're going for full stack, maybe less relevant. But if you're going for like pure front end, if you think you have like some design chops and all that stuff, building out a component library would be a far better portfolio builder than building like a whole application. Something to consider. Maybe try and think of like other UI styles like glassmorphism and, you know, some of those things, right? You could basically just go to Dribble. And then find styles that you want to like mimic in some way. If you want to go full stack, build applications. That's it. Like, I don't know. I'd say it's harder. Building out like a good full stack portfolio is a lot of work. Because you have to have like ideas for apps to build. No one wants to see another to-do app, you know? For a full stack developer, your like portfolio projects should check boxes of infrastructure, like Redis, like, you know, what things you need, like architecture diagram style, to fill in the blanks to make a scalable application. Doesn't mean your app's actually going to scale, but it's something you got to consider when you're building stuff. And hold on, we've got an ad right now. We'll wait a sec. One moment for the people stuck in an ad. Let me know when the ad is over. Looks like from my end, we got like 15 seconds more. All right, ad should be finished, right? Majid, everyone else? Just looking for some quick confirmation. We wait a few more seconds, we're probably good. Okay, ad's over? Perfect. Okay, cool. Thank you, Krasner. So yeah, for full stack, you got to check the boxes of auth and like database stuff. Like there's, I'm just going to point out, like full stack is hard mode. Most companies want it because it means that they have to hire, they only need to hire one person instead of two. But doing full stack properly is hard mode, right? There's just so much more to learn. in general, at like companies that matter, you're not going to be full stack, right? Like big FANG companies, no, you're not full stack. There's basically no full stack developers at those companies. You have a focus and you do it well. At agencies and worse companies, yes, you will be full stack because they don't want to pay for two developers when they can get away with one. Even if you have full stack on your resume, you're not going to be able to break into back end. It's going to be really hard to break into back end. Kind of sucks. If you want to work at startups and you want to work on side projects, full stack is what you have to do. But if you want to work at big companies, you need a specialization. But yeah, a portfolio for full stack dev is the hardest portfolio you will ever build because you have to check so many boxes. But yeah, if you do build full stack projects, yeah, it's totally doable. I guess here's my biggest thing. Don't just build based upon what's popular. Build projects based upon what you can get hired for in your area. Especially nowadays, especially if you're like new to the industry, they want you in the office. So you need to be looking at jobs near you, or jobs that you could commute to, or jobs that you could move to, and build using the tech stack that they are looking for, right? In general, in aggregate. From what I've heard, if you live in Germany, you should learn Angular. I don't know what backend language is. In other places, it might be React. In some places, PHP is the backend language. And then other places after that, it's .NET. You need to be making those decisions based upon the jobs that you can get hired for near you, not whatever's popular on the internet. Um, no, it's just not something I'm going to do right now, Lightspeed. Sorry. We could chat about it over on gaming later. Is Python pretty big on the back end in Germany? Yeah, maybe. But again, like that is something you got to do as an early career dev. You need to look at what people need more so than what the Primogen thinks is cool at the moment, right? And Prime actually does say this same thing, right? Like, it's easy for people to miss when he is being more real about his opinions. Like, Prime actually totally agrees. You should learn whatever is near you and get your job with that. Don't just listen to what he likes and doesn't like and base your opinion on that. Right? Like Prime actually totally says that on his streams. You have to watch so much of the Primogen to catch those moments because he streams a lot, you know? One of my favorite like things that I remember from early Primogen, before he blew up, there was a moment where he had to do a bunch of Java bullshit. And the editor he had to use was Android Studio. He's sitting there saying like, well, guys, yep, at work, I'm going to be using Android Studio for the next 3 months. Whatever. You're just going to do it. Deal with it. Move on, right? Java Kotlin. He's like, the Primogen is a character. The guy behind the Primogen is a guy that gets shit done. So sometimes you got to read between the lines of what the character is saying versus when the dude actually bubbles up. And he totally does say that stuff on his stream, but it's mixed in with more moments of the character. Every once in a while, like, so Heiner, he worked at Netflix so long that he was a firefighter. He was the dude that you would bring in to optimize something that sucked. Right? So, yes, there were times where he'd be looking at frame buffers and like things to like optimize like streaming performance of like video. And then there are other times where he'd be working on like the mobile app. He's the firefighter. He's the guy you bring in to solve problems that other people maybe don't have the experience to even like navigate. He's that dude. And I've been that dude at like a way smaller company, like nowhere near Netflix scale. But I have been the guy that you bring in to solve problems that your other devs are not equipped to handle. I've totally done that, right? At the agency or the consultancy or whatever you want to call it that I worked at. I was the one that our CTO would bring like the really cool fun problems. Like, dedupe all these images in this jeweler's database. We got 40,000 images. I brought it down to 25K. The images weren't even all cropped the same. Right? Being that kind of person that doesn't have the biases towards specific languages or tools or technology that can solve a problem in whatever language is the absolute best thing you can do for your career. Don't be a fanboy. Be a person that gets shit done. Regardless of the language. PHP is just fine. You can do some really cool shit with PHP. Python is just fine. You can do some really cool shit with Python. Pretty much any language. I'm sure there's the edge cases, right? But just don't be a fanboy. Or fangirl. Sorry. Right? Be the person willing to learn a new language and pick it up like that and get shit done. I don't know, Heiner. Like, being a problem solver never gets boring. Right? Be the person that will solve a problem regardless of language, regardless of framework, regardless of any of that shit. Right? Problem solving is language agnostic. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Adabas. I've never even heard of that steel toed. Yeah, I mean, there are companies where, yeah, problem solver doesn't exist. But honestly, like, those companies are just a stepping stone on your career path. They're not someplace you want to stick it out. Because it will make you a worse developer. Right? Like, IBM is a company developers go to retire. There are companies like that all over the world. Where they're just tired of figuring stuff out and they just want to collect their paycheck and go home. There are companies like that all over the world. Staying at those companies for too long is actually really bad for your career. Right? There's another quote I like. IBM is a place where open source goes to die. It's not their fault. They can't help it. They're just too big. There's too much bureaucracy. If you're an open source dev who has IBM wanting to buy your open source project, that's the dream. I'm not going to fault some dev for taking that paycheck. Oh, man, yeah. Right? The dude that sold Express.js to IBM. Fuck yeah, man. TJ nailed it. Good job, TJ Holloway Chuck. Fucking, yeah. Take that check. Pursue your passion of photography. I'm not going to fault any dev for taking that, like, get out of jail free card, you know? I bet that dude still does software dev on his own time, you know? Maybe not. I don't know. I haven't heard anything from him for a long time as far as like stuff he's making or whatever. But you'd be surprised how many libraries you use in the JavaScript ecosystem that dude made. He's one of the original like foundational JavaScript like Node.js devs. Connect, Express, Koa, and then so much other stuff. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, okay, so ranting aside, what do we want to put on this homepage? Instead of CFP tracker, what do we want to call it? I think I already got a good name. I think I already got a good name. CF, please. Nailed it. Nailed it. Money, please. Yeah, exactly. For sure. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right, all right. Track your CFPs with ease with CF, please. Oh, damn. Okay. I'm basically a marketing person now. I believe I just graduated into full-on marketing person. Track your CFPs with ease with CF, please. Yeah, dude. Yeah, damn right. It's my CFP and I want it now. Yes, exactly. Much wow. Dude, I love it. Come on, it's a good one. Dude, Krasner, that's a solid one, right? Like, that's really good. Come on. Wouldn't you be proud of yourself? It does. Yeah, shit. Track your CFPs with ease with CF Please. I'm okay with it. Whatever. I know, we're going a little over the top. We're just having fun with it now. I actually think I want to move this outside of the card. Why is that so wide? All right, that worked. That was a little strange. Yeah, it's important. Yeah, because we're like wrapping a library that is kind of older. They have a bunch of junk that kind of gets in the way. I think we can get rid of these now, though. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, that was just me like hacking at it. But yeah, it's just how you do important. It should be avoided at all cost. Like, absolutely. But because we have like the new morphism CSS and then like our global CSS that conflict with each other just slightly, we just, sometimes we got to be a little forceful with it. Yeah, I mean, Krasner, that's the right way to go. Yeah, just fix the issue. Sure, but for this, because of how like old school the new morphism library is, like we just got to deal with it. Normally, like Tailwind Merge should be able to solve that stuff for you as well. All right, Tailwind is pretty smart. Like it'll solve most of those problems, but when you're mixing it with non-Tailwind libraries, you're just kind of screwed. But how's everyone doing? What y'all up to? Doing anything fun? I'm enjoying my last day of this 3-day weekend, and it is just so nice. It has been a somewhat whiskey heavy weekend, but you know, whatever. A whiskey weekend's better than vampire weekend any day of the week. Sorry, I roast that band because I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan whatsoever. I will roast Vampire Weekend every chance I get, even on weekdays. Is that even like a relevant joke anymore? See, I like the Oxford comma. Yeah, screw them and their opinion about the Oxford comma. Damn it, is Vampire Weekend classic rock at this point? Or classic pop? Right? Do people view Vampire Weekend like I view Tears for Fears? Or like not at the same level, obviously, but like that like era. Like I'm basically a 90s kid. So I look at the 80s as like old. Do people look at Vampire Weekend that same way? Because I consider them like still like new bullshit. They are stretching back a ways. Yeah, exactly. Shit. Shit. Making myself feel old these days. Let me get more music on. Yeah, definitely not. For sure, Jarrell. Yeah, you're totally right. Right? Not even just like rotary phones, just like a phone with a wire. Yeah, dude. That does like it does make some of the like Jackbox games and Gartic phone kind of things more fun because like ooh yeah, dial a phone number with the rotary phone like dial. Oh, yeah, easy. Got it. No problem. Meanwhile, there's people trying to figure it out. Reminds me of like a thing I saw on social media at one point where like a dad had a CD player. And it's like, all right, kids, figure out how the CD player works. Here's a CD. What do we do? Ooh, it's so shiny. Saw something on the internet like, oh yeah, talking on your phone is so dangerous these days. Like blah blah blah, and then it shows like some dude in the '90s, right? Like, meanwhile, me back in the '90s driving. Well, he's got his big ass CD book. He's like flipping. He's got the CD in his mouth, like that he just pulled out. Puts it back in, and he's pulling out another and putting it into the CD player. You know, like damn. Nah, I get it. I get it. Cell phones are actually so much safer than what we used to do back in the day. Damn, they even made that joke in Community like a decade ago. Yeah, he's a little old. He calls hold on shit, what was it? He uses the word album. Yeah, exactly. No, that was it, right? It is a little weird. He uses the word album. You know, like, oh, brutal. Ow. That one hurt. Oh, that made my hip hurt. You know, like damn. Is it old person speak to use the word album? And yes, yes it is. Yeah. All right, so let's keep thinking about this. Right, we just need to create like a bullshit marketing page here. What we'll do is we'll create a div. This is, what is it, like LG flex row. It's flex call by default. Gap 4. I don't know, H3. Right, so then boom, something like that. Track upcoming conferences. Track. Oh. I had an extra space in there. Oh, that's weird. It's 1 a.m. in Algeria time for you to get some sleep. Yeah, no worries, Majid. Have a good night. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow. Yeah, have a good night. We'll see you again soon. Right, and we don't need to make this like the best marketing paycheck, right? This is still just a proof of concept, and you know. So yeah, track the talks you could give. You have talks that could be used at a bunch of different conferences. Keep their descriptions or titles and descriptions. I don't know, something like that. Sure. Yeah, yeah. We'll fix the typos. I want to figure out why the width. Oh, it's the card. Yeah, 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 yep, 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 yep. There we go. So they're Jimmy. What is this project? It's basically its its goals are twofold. Number one, it's actually to prove out the idea of a library I'm building called Oh My GHaaD, which is a Git hosting as a database kind of abstraction, right? If you think about it, GitHub has auth as far as like user registration. It has permissions as far as who can edit what repo and whatnot. And it even has like audit tracking via the commit history. If you take all that stuff and build something around it, you can actually treat JSON files inside of a repo as the back end of an application, right? Mutations are just a pull request or just a commit that changes a JSON file. So I'm building a library to make that abstraction possible across providers, not just GitHub, maybe GitLab, Bitbucket, Azure DevOps, etc. But also, I need this like CFP tracker tool for work, and I hate putting all of that stuff in like a spreadsheet because spreadsheets impose a lot of like maintenance burden. Right? They're like annoying to read. Like there's just a lot of BS dealing with spreadsheets. So did that help explain it a bit? Basically, that's like the library we're trying to build. It's Tailwind. It's literally Tailwind. Technically, like the new morphism is its own like CSS bullshit, which is why we got to do the exclamation points from time to time. But yeah, we're using Tailwind. With separate CSS files, it's really easy for stale styling to make it in. Right? Stuff you're not using. CSS purge only goes so far. Yeah, like tree shaking your styling is really nice with Tailwind. You can do it on your own with CSS purge, but it's just more work. Purge CSS, that's what they call it. You can definitely do it though, and it's probably something you should be doing. But the problem is it's easy to miss stuff. You know, if you've ever done Tailwind styling and been wondering why your Tailwind styles aren't making it through, oh, because you had your Tailwind config configured wrong. You know, definitely happens. Especially when you're bringing in like libraries. So, Jarrell, Tailwind does the CSS purge thing for you. Next.js doesn't do purge CSS by default. Like, whatsoever. If you're using Tailwind, Tailwind does that for you. Yeah, it's worth checking out for sure. Especially like as you bring in component libraries. They bring in their own CSS file, but maybe that CSS file could be pared down. Yeah, like Purge CSS brings its own like issues with it, but something to be considering, and yeah, you might want to look at it. Yep, yeah, string interpolation for class names can be tricky. Yep, exactly, right? There are definitely issues. It's not a 100% perfect thing, but shipping unused CSS can be really annoying. Yeah, in general, you shouldn't be interpolating. I mean, Jimmy, I'm really not a fan of these why questions. Just accept that I chose it and I am. Like, I'm just doing it. If you need convincing, I'm sorry, that's not my job. I just don't give a shit. Do what you want to do. I'm going to do what I want to do. Whatever, man. The why questions are so much more boring than. It's not my job to convince you. Yeah, no worries, Jimmy, right? But yeah, no offense at all either. Just trying to point out, like, I don't enjoy answering those questions. They're not that fun. People that get too focused on those kind of questions aren't the best viewers in general anyway. I'm not saying you're having that problem right now, but it could get to that point. See how that looks. Ooh, but we'll have to do that. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it there, full stacking. Yeah, for sure. Interesting. Yes, no border. Coloring the buttons differently ends up looking a little weird. No, and it's fine to be curious, Jimmy, for sure. I would say, in general, maybe like try and space out those kind of questions. But when it's just like back to back, eh, I'm not trying to play 20 questions about my tech stack. But thank you for understanding. I appreciate it. Right? If you had spaced it out like more, I probably wouldn't have even thought about it. Right? Like I wouldn't have pushed back. Is Tailwind easy to learn? At least autocomplete helps a lot. Well, yeah, one thing, Tailwind is easy enough to learn, right? And it's not even the first library to do utility classes. Bootstrap did utility classes ages ago, right? Like the margin stuff and like block versus inline block versus whatever, right? Like inline. Like, yeah, Bootstrap I think, started the utility class train ages ago. And it was totally useful, right? But Tailwind then takes the idea further, which is nice. If you want auto completion for Tailwind, there is a VS Code plugin. I'm not sure if you're using VS Code or not. Now I got to figure out what plugin that even is. Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. I just passed right over it. So this right here is what solves like the auto completion part of things. Yeah, I'd say it's worth dabbling in. Whether you like it or not, that's totally up to you. But I think there are plenty of people that haven't given it like a fair trial that push back against it. And I think a lot of the things that people miss, which we're running into a problem with it, but Tailwind, all of these things are classes, which means they all have a specificity of, let's just say, 10. That specificity means that you're no longer having to like worry about, oh, what defined this? What was the selector for it? No, they're just all individual classes, so your specificity problems are basically gone. If you've ever really, really done non-Tailwind projects heavily, you have run into specificity of like, why isn't this style applying? Oh, because something else was more specific in a totally different file, right? And it's about the order that they were imported in, or like not even that, but like sometimes. It gets really annoying really fast dealing with specificity issues. And if you're not aware of CSS specificity, there is a calculator that's actually pretty useful. So something to recognize is that, right? This seems really specific. It's a nav, but the first child is the A with a hover, and then the before is the thing you want to style. That seems really specific, right? But because of how CSS specificity actually works, this ID will always win, right? Now, one thing to remember is that these numbers, right, 013, 100, it's not literally like a decimal value, right? So we couldn't add 10 classes to get this number up to 11 and make it more specific, because it's more like semantic versioning. So this is like the major version number. This is the minor version number, and this is the patch number. Version 2.0 will always be greater than version 0.40, right? So it's not additive. It's not a decimal number. It is semantic versioning. And if you think about specificity that way, it'll make things a lot more obvious. So in general, if you're writing CSS classes, or if you're writing CSS, or, you know, like traditionally, you should almost never style based upon an ID. Almost never. Because then trying to be more specific than that ID becomes really fucking hard. And you end up resorting to important. With Tailwind, you don't think about any of this stuff anymore because everything is just a class. They're all at the same specificity of 010. When people talk about the benefits of Tailwind, I think a lot of people gloss over the fact that it solves specificity problems. That is actually the number one feature, in my opinion. The fact that you can tree shake away the stuff you're not using is even better, right? That's like a value add. But no more specificity problems? I'm sold. Boom, I'm in. Just give me that. Now, when you're using something that is not a Tailwind CSS file, like Newmorphism, yes, I have to resort to the important version of Tailwind because I have to override that bullshit. Jimmy, no, that sounds cool, man. Sounds like a fun project. Okay, so yeah, we've got a little bit of this page going. Uh, we could probably add more, but I feel like this works. We can fix the typo that someone pointed out. Repetition, totally a different thing. But yeah. So now let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. You know, this soda is flowing right through me. But now we want to start like trying to build out the sub pages, right? The home marketing page doesn't matter that much. Yeah, let's actually start building out the sub pages because that's where we're going to interact with the underlying library for Oh My God. So BRB, 1 second, gotta pee. Ooh, what time is it actually? Ooh, it's already 5:30. Let me go stir up my pork. Okay, and I realized that could have sounded a little dirty. Let me just go stir up my pork real quick. Yeah, that could have sounded a bit dirty. What I meant is I have some, what is it? Some pork rib meat that I thawed last night. I sliced it up into some like decent sized little chunks like that. And then I threw it into a bowl with avocado oil, cayenne pepper, salt, pepper, garlic powder, onion powder, and soy sauce. Mixed it all up. It's sitting in my fridge, marinating. And then I'm going to go tonight for dinner, put them through skewers like this, and cook them in the oven. So basically, kebabs. That'll be my dinner tonight. Yeah, it's super easy too. Right? Little bit of prep and then just throw it in the oven. Yeah, it'll be really good. I've done it multiple times. Hold on. Let me show you a photo of what it looked like last time. And hold on, let's look at this. Yeah. There you go. That's basically what it ends up looking like. Sides? No, I'm not gonna do any carbs. I will do like I bought some salad greens. So I'll do just like a no dressing salad. Basically just rabbit food. I'll do a bowl of rabbit food with it. Yeah, I'm not sure what would be a good side with this, right? Like French fries doesn't sound right. What would actually be a good side? Oh, like some pita or something? Okay, yeah, I could see that. Like do like a gyro kind of thing. Rice. I think rice would be it. Yeah, rice would be the move. Yeah, rice would be good. The problem I have is that my rice cooker is still a science experiment. Y'all ever cooked rice and then forget to clean it out? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, X Factor. We're talking like a year ago. Like I'm pretty sure the mold has died by now. I opened it up and looked once, like 6 months ago. I know exactly. Yeah. It's almost like that Simpsons episode. Like I'm growing an entirely new species in there. I'm sure they've invented the wheel by now. Yeah, I need a new rice cooker at this point. Yeah, you're not wrong. And they're so cheap, actually. They're like $40 from a Costco. I don't like being that wasteful. Exactly. And then, I put the two next to each other, and then, they've got like a border issue at that point, right? It'd be like a bacteria India and bacteria Pakistan problem at that point, right? They'd start doing like the dance at the border. Mm-hmm. Right? The jasmine rice versus the basmati rice. Sergeant Pepper, obviously, parallelism wins, right? This, like, is it concurrency or parallelism at this point? That's the tricky part. Maybe both. Concurrentialism. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. Ooh, yeah, X Factor. Which game is it? Is it number 7 yet? Or is this game number 6? Right? Like, this is actually like the championship, isn't it? Or is this like the semifinal? Is this the finals or the semifinals? It seems late for semifinals. Like, I feel like this has got to be the finals. Oh, this is just Western Conference, so this is semifinals. Because they've only got the 2 conferences, right? So yeah, Pacers are in the other one, right? So the Pacers are in the Eastern Conference Finals. Who are the Pacers playing against right now? I forgot that part. Indiana versus the Knicks. Oh. I feel like the Knicks haven't made it to the finals in a long time. Interesting. And hey, Seattleite, I don't know if you've seen the message that's going right now. I'll do it again. Cascadia JS. Totally up to you. It would dox your email and name to me. I wouldn't know that it's necessarily you, though. Right? I don't have anything that ties you to your name here on Twitch. But if you do want to win a free ticket to Seattle or to Cascadia JS, throw your name into that form. Sergeant Pepper, anyone else that could reasonably actually show up to Seattle in September, you could win a free ticket. Just throwing it out there. Like, I want as many people to register that would reasonably be able to go. Because I think there's value. Like, I'm just so pumped that the organizers thought of me and reached out. I really like them. They're super cool. Like, Carter's awesome. His wife, just as awesome. I love the Seattle community here, like all that stuff. It's a really good, it's a good thing. RustConf is also in September. Is RustConf in Seattle this year too? I think it is, right? Yeah, September 2 to 5. All right, so they're like separated by a couple weeks. But dude, yeah, I don't think I. Hold on. When is commit your code conf again? 25th and 26th. So yeah, no, I'd be good. Yeah, dude. Sergeant Pepper, when you come into town, let me know. Yeah, we'll hang out, dude. I missed the cutoff for like proposing a talk to RustConf, but I'll happily hang out. I will happily hang out. Shit, I might even buy a ticket. We'll see. We'll see. I know, yeah. Like, I knew that it was there, and I was like, I saw the CFP closing date like the day before it was done, but I didn't have a good talk to propose. And by the time like I reached out to other people at GetCrackin' about a talk I could propose, because we do some stuff with Rust, it was like by the time they responded with the libraries I could do, that would be tough. Yeah, next year. Yeah, for sure. There's always next year. And yeah, a Godot or a Godot or whatever Rust talk would be cool. Because that's fairly new, right? I'm trying to remember what languages like Godot or Godot is normally. Is it C++? I feel like they used to have GD script, but they like have since deprecated that, right? They've had bindings? Okay, okay. Yeah, I think I forgot that completely. Okay. Oh, so GD script is supported still? They used to have like a visual thing then, right? Like they had their own version of what like blueprints are, right? That is deprecated, I believe, yeah? I could have sworn there was like one thing that is massively deprecated now. Okay, so that was it. It was like their blueprint system. Okay. I think that's tricky because I think the blueprint system is really good for modders. I think that's a big part of like what makes Unreal, or hold on, no, Unity. Wait, Unreal. I think that's a big part of what makes Unreal modding like so approachable. You don't have to expose your entire source code. You can just expose blueprints for people to modify. Yeah, no worries there, Sergeant Pepper. Thank you for the lyric. I appreciate you. I saw you streaming late last night. So Godot has visual scripting for shaders. Okay, okay. Interesting. I mean, I think that makes sense. Hmm. Oh, even the shaders are code based now? Okay. Yeah, I mean, visual scripting's tough, right? To do it right, to maintain that, like, you know, depending on how many people you have working on the core framework and editor and all that stuff, like it's just a lot of extra stuff to do, you know? You've only been doing the 2D side of things? I've never even thought about what a 2D shader would look like. I mean, I guess technically that's what you see on Shader Toy. I didn't even think about that, though. Okay. I mean, dude, Shader Toy is amazing. Right? Like, these are technically 2D shaders, right? We're going to skip this song, though. Yeah, dude, like, some of these are amazing. Like, just so well done. Dude, yeah, this guy. This guy, IQ, makes mind-blowing shaders. I really like this one. Like, the look on this character's face is just so good. All right, no, we're doing it. We're doing it. Hold on. What's the shader? Let me go look at my shaders real quick. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, it's insane. All right. Let's look at the others real quick. IQ. And keep in mind that we do not have a license to actually release these. These only exist on my machine. And some of them don't even work. Yeah, that one is broken for me. And it's probably on my end. Ooh, yeah, this one is super cool. The DVD one is really good. Yeah, yeah. But then, hold on. Happy Jumping. Exactly, dude. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so Ghosty is the thing that allows you to use shaders. I need to make a video about the process of porting shaders to Ghosty. There's a little bit of a thing. I'd have to refamiliarize myself a little bit. I mean, it shakes a little bit in the shader part of things, too. Like, it's really nice. He's just so happy. Like, dude, exactly, right? Dude, it's just so awesome. Yeah. God, it'd be so nice if we could get permission to release some of those. Wait, hold on. Why is that one yelling? Yeah, no, close that tab. Okay, yeah, we're good. Yeah, it's time to lose some time to shader toys, right? Like, go find some. The big thing about shaders that work and don't work is you can't do ones that require, like, special channels, right? It's basically just the channel 0. If you can make it work without anything else, then you're good to go. So if we go back and look at this one requires like an image in channel 0, which like breaks things, right? If you have like a separate buffer A versus like your image, it's not going to work. Or at least from my experience. Maybe there's some way to make it work. I don't know. But I would love to actually have this one as the background. Like, this dude just does so many cool shaders. Like, so many cool shaders. But yeah, any of these with, like, the noise channels or things like that, nah, they basically just don't work. Or I don't know how to make them work. What are some other really good ones he's done? Oh, dude, this one! I just wish it didn't have these. Yeah, I think this is the space one I tried to do. Like, that would be such a good shader for your editor. Oh my god, dude. That'd be so good. Oh, there are space ones you can do. We've got some space ones. Just not that exact one. This clouds one is really good. But yeah, like some of them just don't work as well. The fact that this one person has released 80 shaders is insane. Like, that's just crazy. $80 pages, not even 80 shaders, 80 pages of shaders, which is 80 times 8, 640, 639. I mean, I would bet that they have a career working in 3D graphics or something. I am Bender. Please insert girder. Epic. Just epic. This one you could actually do. Oh, man, yeah, this one doesn't have anything extra. We could just do it all in one channel. We could actually port this shader, no problem. We could port that one, no problem. Yeah, exactly, right? This dude most likely works at some game studio. Like, this one is super fucking cool too, dude. The fact that this one is called Sphere, that is not a sphere. But no, it's like spheres like pulling out fields from the square. So I get it. I get it. I just making a joke. Oh, really? Captain Chica? Like, I don't, without doxing yourself too much, or if you want to, do that too, but like, what is it that y'all actually do? Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we need this, right? We need that as a shader, obviously. The most cursed shader ever. You're welcome. It looks just like me. Okay, take it easy, Krasner. Shit. Now, my nose is not that pointy. It's more bulbous. It's pretty close, though. Nah, you're right, Krasner. It's actually kind of close. It's just cursed. Embedded software and hardware and scientific software. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, thank you for sharing, Captain Chica. Yeah, no stress. The facelift got pulled. Hold on, wait. Nailed it. All right. You know what? Yeah, the shader is accurate. Oh, this one's good. Yeah, it just blows my mind what people can do with shaders, you know? So yeah, like his best ones are like the most loved. I was just wondering if there's like some deep cuts that we haven't seen, you know? Nah, his best ones are like the most upvoted. So yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, this one's actually kind of nice. That'd be good for like a background. It just sucks that the channel has that like noise thing. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to make that nearly as easy. Anyway, I know. We're getting distracted. It's a holiday. Yeah, Krasner, you missed it. We went through our tabs earlier. And no, Captain Chica. Yeah, do not say anything else that would, jeopardize anything. Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, that was fine. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, dude. I don't want anyone to dox anything that would lose someone a job. Hell no. You could have just said no. Like, okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Oh, you were lurking for the tab purge? Okay, cool. Cool. Just double checking. All right, so yeah, we are wrapping up a holiday weekend, but we still got whiskey. We still got soda. Soda. And yeah, let's actually start doing the part. I know. I'm taking a little too long to get to the let's prove out the library portion of things. Let's do that. You could say more. You're not restricted. You're just working on a code base that is forced by EU laws and regs to be kept open source. Oh, that's cool. No, that's very cool. Interesting. But you don't want AI slop there. Okay. By doxing it more, do you think it would invite AI slop? And yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, no worries. No stress. No stress. Have I ever had to work with Ansible Packer? You've decided that you don't like it after having had to mess around at work with it for a week getting stuff to work properly. At a previous job at the agency I used to work at, the CTO built like an Ansible script for new devs to build their like dev environment, like in like one command. I never used it because I build my dev environment how I like, but we were dealing with a lot of like WordPress devs, etc. So it made sense to have an Ansible script install all the stuff they would need. Oh, AI generated code that violated GPL v3. Okay. No, that makes sense, man. Yeah. No, I totally get it there, Captain Chico. Yeah, that's gnarly. But yeah, thank you for sharing. Way back in 23. Was a long time ago. Right? What's that Dave Chappelle skit? Back in 94. A motherfucking long time ago. That girl on the dance floor. What's that on her back? I think it might be doo doo. Dude, Dave Chappelle's show was just so good. I think it might be doo doo. I know. Yeah, for sure. Could you imagine if like the executives just didn't mess with him and he just kept going? Take it easy there, Chica. That was a little needlessly harsh. Come on. I get it. I understand that, whatever. But like, come on, come on. Let's not be too harsh. Like, you're not banned. Let's just tone it down just a little bit. I get it. I get it. Just just chill. Just chill. But now you're good. You're good. There's definitely like a fun line in that movie, Canadian Bacon, right? Dan Aykroyd, who I believe is Canadian, plays a Mountie. He pulls over like the main characters who are driving like a garbage truck that has like a bunch of like anti-Canada like spray paint on it, etc. They get pulled over, and Dan Aykroyd's like, you know, you gotta like here in Toronto or whatever. Like I'm bad at the accent. You gotta have signs in both languages, right? You can do the English like you got, but you also got to do it in French for the wine drinkers. The Quebecois. And he hands them the spray paint so they can do the French version of the shit they're talking, like on the truck. It's pretty funny. The wine drinkers. So yeah, we're already running into an issue for type safety, and I'm not sure it would be easy to make this safer type wise. Yeah. I actually have no idea how we would make this fully like type safe. What we would want to do is get basically the inferred type value from the validator here and have it bubbled up. And I think we're kind of doing that. Oh, damn, some neighbor is cooking something delicious. Oh, it smells good. Damn, some neighbor is killing it right now. The basic thing is if we do get collection items. What we need to do, it's basically the equivalent of casting. All right, so here's what we'll do. Right, export const conference validator. Right, conference is then inferred by that. We'll do the same thing with the talk validator. Oh, and get collection items is actually wrong because we're not. Uh, hmm. So instead, yeah. What we can do, we're doing the new collection thing here. Let's undo this back. And you know what? No, that should probably still be lowercase. All right, so our collections go in there. I think I forgot to export that though. No. Ah, I did. Oh, and yeah, because that is async. Yep, we need some state. Const conferences, set conferences. All right, so then okay. So then here we are on the conferences page. Yeah. We do get an issue here. No adapter selected. Right, so that fetch is going to fail no matter what because we don't have a current adapter. And if we look at the library, not this, we go to the engine. So we've got a method for getting the current adapter, right? Token adapter. Oh, get adapter. And then get adapters. Okay. So what would the UI end up looking like? Right? We don't have an adapter selected. We do have a list of available adapters, or right, that we allow to be configured for our app. Because as an app dev, we still need to create the OAuth like integrations, right? Like the OAuth applications. So us as an app dev, we still decide what adapters are allowed. Where do we go about selecting those things? Because one big issue that we run into is that UI neumorphism doesn't have a drop down component or a select component. So the big idea is that we could put a button in the header. It would sit here, right? Like if you're logged in, we would just show like a log out button maybe. Or instead of the login button, we just show the currently selected provider and repo. When you click login, we take you to the login page, which we don't actually have. Yeah, so before we get too deep on these other pages, we need to create like a proper login page, and that's going to iterate over the adapters that you have. Yeah, so we need to create the login page. Let's just try something like that. Yep. And then MX auto. All right, so we'll do something like that. I think text center is actually not necessary. So then this part, yeah, we need to do like a get adapters thing. Oop. Hey, what's up, Chronic? Yeah, I think it's a fun idea too. Just got back from your honeymoon? Oh, that's super cool, man. Good to be home in your own bed, though. Yeah, I don't sleep well in hotel beds, right? I I have really like tough times regulating my body temperature because I'll crank the AC up, but then like the blankets are too thick, so I end up sweating. But then I pull like the big blanket off, and like it's just a sheet, and then I'm like too cold. Like yeah, like I don't know, man. It's so nice to be back in your own bed, where like the blanket is just thick enough, you know. Yep, your ceiling fan. Yep, yeah, I got a fan that I got in my bedroom. Now, granted, on your honeymoon, sleep probably isn't the goal, so that's probably like not that big of a deal. Yeah, less of a priority at least. Oh, and I missed some follows. Hold on. Ezekiel, I think I called that one out. Oh no, I missed a few. Jekyll Wanda, Serenus, Ezekiel, I missed for sure. Evil Socket, thank you. And then yeah, Chronic, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Where'd you go on your honeymoon? I'm curious about that. Was it somewhere cool? If you want to say it, like you don't have to dox that. That's fine. Like no pressure. Went to Disney. I'm guessing Disney World or Disneyland. World? Okay. Yeah, dude. I just spent like last week in Arizona. Every time I like left the air conditioning, it felt like I was melting. Now, keep in mind, I'm also basically see through, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you can see my heartbeat working it through my fucking veins at the moment, right? Like, I'm basically see through. It's not ideal. Okay. Lobster style. There you go. Like there was a moment where I'm like walking with some coworkers. One of them wanted to get coffee, and we just wanted to like take a walk around. We're like walking. They're like out there in the sun, and I'm like 15 feet away walking in the shade. Like just nope, not doing it. Nope. Sorry, nope. I could hear everything that was being said. It was fine. What's up, Tantrex? How you doing? So there's the main gist of what we did today, and then if you're curious about, oh my god, all right, sorry. So I got distracted over here. Providers are GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, etc. Yes, exactly. Oh, interesting. So we've got our adapters here, but we're not exposing the props on those adapters properly. Aha, so that's actually a problem with this. Hmm. What we need is to be able to surface these values. But we're typing our engine wrong to be able to do so. But we aren't. So for some reason, our adapters are not exposing. Yeah, right here it thinks it's just an adapter. Get adapters here. That's it. No, that's my bad. Okay, so then that should allow us to do this part. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Right, dot name. So, like, I don't know if you were paying attention, and again, it's fine if you didn't notice it. The adapter, right, like the class, has things that are instantiatable, right? So this adapter is what a GitHub adapter would treat as its like base class. So it's extending adapter so that when you do a new, the props are those things. But then the interface adapter, we do it as an interface because we require implementers of the adapter spec to create these methods. If we did these methods as part of the base class, an implementer could leave these empty and it would just simply throw an error that they didn't implement it. But I would rather have, when you're doing the GitHub adapter, if you forgot to implement get file, it would be an error on like the implementers like plate, right? So then here, hey, this doesn't conform, you need to get file function. So it's more of like a, right? Like the iAdapter enforces the user to implement these methods, whereas the adapter class doesn't have those methods. The adapter class has props that we care about that are specific to when you're instantiating things. So if we go look at the, the engine here, right? The client ID and redirect URI, those are part of the class and they get set. But then like the adapter itself still like needs to have those methods under the hood that are implemented. So yes, I'm not sure this is the right way to go. It's the way that I was able to make it work to enforce like certain like patterns. People who are better at TypeScript could probably do this in a better way. But there's like two different users we're trying to target here. The first user is the person creating the adapter, right? As like their own thing that conforms to what we need inside the engine. The second person is the application developer that is using the adapter in their own like app. Just sprinkle some any on it. Yeah, no problem. No big deal. But the main gist is like we're targeting two different people. The app developer, we're targeting with the class that has client ID, redirect URI, etc. The library developer or person building an adapter for their, Git provider of choice is a totally separate like set of constraints for them to implement stuff. So if you want to build a Gitty adapter or an Azure DevOps adapter, that's on you to make sure that you're satisfying those constraints of the methods that we need to make this stuff work. So that's kind of like why those two things are split out and separate. Yeah, Nori's chronic. And again, like if there are better TypeScript developers out there, let me know. Like I'm still running into issues where I have to like cast stuff. That's a me problem. That means I did something wrong somewhere. And I don't care enough to fix it right now. Right? As an example, I really do feel like on the conferences page, should I be having to do this? That feels weird. Should I be having to do this? That feels weird. I don't know. Like, I'm an app developer. I'm not a library developer. So at some point, if we can get this at least working, I'd love to bring on Colin from XaaD or any other, like, really, like, type native kind of person. Someone who, like, understands types at a level I will never understand. I know the archetype guy came in here at one point. I'd love to get his opinion. I don't know. I don't know the term, right? Type native, just someone that understands the type system at a more core level. I'm a consumer rather than like a creator when it comes to type system stuff. Like I'm an app developer. I'm not a library developer. Library developers have to care about this stuff way more than I do. In general. That's fine, Amir. Yeah, you got a whole bunch of like type system stuff you're gonna have to learn and understand if you want to create libraries. Me? I'm an app dev. I just consume the libraries. What's the quote from Snatch? I create the bodies. I don't erase the bodies. All right, so Tantrix, real quick. Yeah, no, so I agree, Tantrix. I think, yes, I can make those types a little better for consumers. We just got to really think about it, you know? So for now, I think we're good. Yeah, exactly. Like this part here. I'm sure there's some better way to do this. But it's tough because this part is dynamic and it's based off of an instance of something rather than like a type of something. I'm sure there's some way to do it better, but I don't know, man. This is where I would really want to like collaborate with a dev that cares more about this, that builds really nice developer experiences into libraries. Because as an app dev, I would happily just sprinkle some any on it if I have to. But I'm building a library. That's the main thing we're doing right now. The app I'm building is just to make sure that I'm building the library properly. And I know Colin. I bet I could get Colin to like hop on stream and hang out. Well, that's what we're doing there, Tantrix, right? Like the validator is a Zod instance, but you still have to do z.infer to get a type from that. Yeah, Zod 4 might solve this. I'm sure we could convince Colin to join the stream at some point and help us out with this. I'm pretty sure we could do it. Like, I've gone golfing with Colin. I consider him a friend at this point, you know? Maybe not that close of friends, but as close as you get in tech in your 30s. Yeah, on golfing terms. That's pretty close, you know? You want to know the coolest thing? First time I met Colin, like technically he had watched the stream at one point, but first time I actually met Colin in person, it was at Seattle JS. I walked in, I saw him chatting with Carter, like, you know, who was organizing at the time. I went on in, you know, like, that dude looked familiar, interesting. Went and sat down. He walks over, sits down next to me, and he says, "Hey, are you CM Griffin?" I was like, "Yes, I am." And then while the talks were going, I hopped on over to fucking Google, like, Colin Hex. Oh, it is him. Okay. Right? Like, dude, he recognized me, which is crazy because he's way more famous than I am. Green Hornet. Oh, you mean OJ? Every Kato Kalin has their OJ. Oh, Julius Caesar doc? Yeah, okay, never mind. Wait, Cato is like a Julius Caesar reference? Huh. I did not know that. Is he the guy that stabbed Julius Caesar first? No, that was Brute. Et tu, Brute? Every Caesar has his Brute. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to watch the documentary, I guess. You guys are definitely proving out the meme, right? Like the average dude thinks about ancient Rome way too much. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, totally. No, and I get that. That makes sense. Totally. Yeah, I'm like the opposite. I don't give a shit about ancient Rome. Other than knowing the definition of the word decimate, which somehow modern society has forgotten. Like, I'm very into like root words and like the origin of words. I don't give a shit about history in general. So, like, yeah, that's a little interesting because linguistics is basically history. Yeah, those who fail history are doomed to repeat it. Hold on. Wait. Rage killing in the name of lyrics. I need to read these lyrics real quick. Damn. Lady Leet nailed it with this reference. So, hold up. Here's the tweet. Here's the tweet. Robbie Wagner posted this. Just wait. It'll make sense. Robbie Wagner posted this Grilling in the name of. And Lady Lee, right, Tracy Lee, replied, Chuck you, I won't eat what you grill me. Damn it. That is like the perfect fucking reference there. I'm trying to think about like a version, like another lyric I could do as a reference, but I can't even think. Like, dude, nah. Shit, I'm trying to think of like another like pun like lyric for it, and I can't. I mean, Chuck you, I won't eat what you grill me is pretty good. Yeah, I can't even think of a better lyric. Yeah, I don't know. Or like something to even like go with it. Damn it. Trying to think. I mean, I appreciate you trying there, Tantrix. It's better than I've done. Yeah, I don't know. We can think about it together. I do have to go pee, so let me go use the restroom. I'm going to grab some more soda as well. BRB. Okay. Yeah, my brain's going to like some of those that something something are the same that use sauces. Some of those that burn something are the same that use sauces. Right? Because like steak sauce is just something that people who like overcook their steak use to make it more moist. It's like a nah. It's an obscure reference. I don't know. Right? I don't know. Hold on. Some of those that burn portions are the same that use sauces. Or hold on, the other way. Some of those that use sauces are the same that burn portions. Some of those that use sauces are the same that burn portions. I think I nailed it. If Weird Al ever needs help writing a song, I'm there. In my opinion, a good steak needs no sauce. A burnt steak does. A1 is a crutch. So yeah, Tantrex. We were like, we're on the same page, I think. Yeah. I'm massively anti steak sauce. Yeah, bad meat requires sauce. Absolutely. Right? It's why you don't use good pork meat for like a pulled pork, you know? Because you're going to sauce it up anyway. Yeah, a marinade is different than like the sauce, you know? Like I'm marinating some pork right now. It's some rib meat, so it's not like something you do as a chop. But yeah, like pork rib meat is my favorite for like chow mein and like all sorts of stuff. Yeah, pork rib meat is actually really solid. But it's also like economical. It's like fairly cheap. Not quite as fatty as like a pork belly, but it's still got enough fat content to like be delicious. Yeah, anyone just now joining? Oh, wait, the fizzy water trick with pork steaks? Wait, what? I don't know the fizzy water trick. Let me just say what I got in the fridge right now. Last night, before I went to sleep, I took like a nice fat chunk of like pork rib meat. It's vacuum sealed and from the freezer. Threw it into the fridge to thaw. This morning, after like rotating it to make sure it's like fully thawed, sliced it into chunks about that big, right? Maybe that thick. And then threw it into a bowl to marinate in like the fridge. In the bowl, there is avocado oil, garlic powder, onion powder, cayenne pepper, soy sauce, salt and pepper. Right? Toss that all, and then I'm going to put it on these skewers. I'm going to be doing some oven crisped kebabs. Right? So, just in case you're not aware of my kebab game. Right? Do you even kebab? Do you even kebab? So I'll be eating that. It's a slightly different thing. I don't think this one had the cayenne pepper on it. I think this one was just the onion, onion, garlic powder, onion powder, salt and pepper, and soy sauce. Ooh, no. Tomato? Fuck no. Hell no, tomato. Maybe peppers. I do have some bell peppers in my fridge, and I got some onions that I could slice. I'm debating if I want to do it. I really like when the meat forms this blob as like the juices like form it. Like if you end up throwing like onion and pepper into that, you never get this like congealed meat feeling to it. So I'd rather just do a whole separate kebab of the veggies and then just like pull and mix and match, right? I was never a fan of the shish kebabs my parents made. They would do like the onion and the peppers in between each chunk of meat. Nah, I'd rather let the meat like congeal together. No, I get it. I understand the flavors. This has plenty of flavor. This has plenty of flavor. Like, dude. Well, I mean, so, Sir Elfman, this is pork. This is not how the Muslims do it. This is definitely not how Muslims do it. They do not eat pork. I'm just going to point that out right now. Yeah, I mean, better is subjective. But yeah. No, I know what you meant. I'm just pointing out. This is definitely not like this is the anti version of whatever they do. But no, like, yeah, I like that like that style of just like get the meat together, it congeals and turns into this like what feels like a solid slab, but you can just like pull off a chunk, you know? Yeah, I don't do lamb. I'm like for no reason other than like they don't sell it at Costco. Like not in like the portions, you know? Like I don't mind lamb. I would totally eat it. They just don't have it like in like the meat section. They've got goat and some other like lamb stuff in like the frozen section. So I could do that. And I've had lamb before. It's just, yeah, it's not in like the area. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, like lamb in the US might not be as good as where you, like other places you might get it, you know. Yeah, I'm not sure, Sir Elfman. Right, like I hear people talk about duck all the time too, but like I never go to stores that have duck readily available. Not that I wouldn't eat it, but I do think there is something about duck that is very specific. Like you have to prepare duck the right way or it gets like really chewy. Sir Elfman, are you saying never get chicken from Costco? I've heard bad things about the Costco chicken. I've heard really bad things about the Costco chicken. No, like if you ever see like the random like Reddit threads of people like, what is the one thing you'll never buy from Costco again? Dude, the chicken from the meat section is it. Now the frozen chicken, right? Like individual like frozen chicken breast is actually not bad, but like the chicken in like the meat area, I've heard really bad things actually. Asian markets have it. Okay. And Tantrex, are you saying Asian markets typically have duck, Or Asian markets typically have lamb, or maybe both. And Tantrax, I live in an area where there are Asian markets. Like, I live in the Northwest. I live in Redmond, Washington, you know. Lamb is more Greek? Okay. Oh, really, Sir Elfman? I've actually heard that the Costco chicken has gone downhill lately, too. Right? Like the rotisserie. And wait, Colton, why did that scare you? Do you not eat pork? Oh. Right, so just one more time, right? When it comes up, I like to shout it out. If you are in the US or Canada or Mexico or anywhere where you could legitimately fly out here to Seattle, throw your name and like email address into that Google form, and you could get yourself into a raffle to win a free ticket to Cascadia JS here in Seattle. It's a really good conference. The ticket costs $800 at like full price. I think right now they still have like an early, like, $100 off price. If you're a student or you are a freelancer, etc., you can actually like reach out to them for like a sponsored discount ticket. But basically, yeah, like, enter the raffle. The more people that enter, the better I look. As long as you would legitimately be able to attend. If you wouldn't be able to attend, I would request that you please don't fill out the form. Yeah, no worries, Tantrax, for sure. Yeah, thank you. It's a great conference. Like, it's really good. It says it's the 18th and the 19th. Theoretically, you want to get there earlier in the day on the 17th because the pre-party is really fun. You can't convince your employer to let you attend? That's rough. Yeah, that's hard. So, yeah, if this is a way that you could get there, that would be awesome. That'd be really cool. But the pre-party is really good. They typically have, like, good karaoke going. Yeah, your consultants cuts into margin. I totally get it. I worked at a consultancy or an agency or whatever you want to call it at one point, too. I totally get it. At some point, you're probably looking to go elsewhere to make a higher salary anyway, because your salary eats into their bottom line too. But if you're happy where you're at, I get it. Like, that happens. Don't get too complacent, though. Right? Get 2 years under your belt, because that looks just fine on a resume, and then go somewhere that's going to pay you what you're worth. Okay, all right. Oh, you do quite a bit outside the agency. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. This is more like advice for anyone else too. I would say like agencies or consultancies or whatever are actually the best way to get started in the industry, because they all recognize that they can't pay top dollar, so they got to get people earlier in their career and build them up into being valuable. But at some point, you outgrow that company, and you should absolutely be going elsewhere. Yep. Yeah. Don't get complacent. But they are some of the best first jobs because they recognize that they can't pay top dollar. They got to hire more junior people and train them up. And you get to work on a whole bunch of different stuff. Right? Like at an agency or a consultancy, you will have a new project every 3 to 6 months, easily. Yeah, the variety is huge. As long as you're someone willing to learn new stuff, right? Willing to jump into other frameworks, other languages, whatever. If you're willing to do that, you're like the golden goose at a company like that. Because I did Angular, React, Vue, backend stuff too, I was like the most sought after person at the consultancy when the salesperson was selling a project. Oh, you want to work with this technology? Yeah, we got someone. That someone was normally me. It was to the point where like the salespeople were fighting over me to get me onto a project for the thing they were trying to sell. It's kind of funny, right? If you make yourself adaptable, you're like the golden goose at a company like that. Yeah, of course I can do it. Yeah. Yep, 100%. I was the person that could do anything you needed. It just so happened that in many cases, I was the front end guy. I'm okay with it. I don't know what that means, Amir. I played enough Rome Total War that I think I know what an elephant archer is. But if you got too many elephant archers, you're never going to make it over the fucking Pyrenees. Oh yeah, okay, just making sure. Yep. Yeah, that was like a you know Hannibal reference to like the Carthaginians, etc. They had too many elephant units or whatever, and they couldn't make it over the mountain range. I know all this only because of video games. Civilization and Rome Total War taught me every single thing I need to know about history. Um, shit, there was some game on, was it Nintendo or Super Nintendo? Was it the original Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Was that it? I think it was the original Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It wasn't. I think it was this one. It was this one. I think it was this one. It wasn't PlayStation. I think that was it. I think it had to have been this one. But there was also like I think it was the Genghis. Oh, no. It was this one. This is the game I was thinking of. No. This is totally it. Yeah, Genghis Khan 2, Clan of the Grey Wolf. This game was so fucking good. No. This is the one. This was absolutely the one. This game was super fun. Yeah, I mean, Amir, I don't know if you know, I'm old. I'm super old. I definitely played this game on Super Nintendo. Chris Young, I'm about to be 41. I turned 41 in a month. Yeah, it'll be a good, fun stream for sure. Birthday stream ideas? Drink whiskey? Yeah, my plans don't go that deep. My plans really just don't go that deep. No worries, Chris Young. No worries. All right, so let's build this out. Why are our adapters not kicking in right here, though? Right? Like, we should see a thing on this page. Could it be async? Not in this case. That's not a bad guess, though. Hold on. Let me clear it. Ooh, it's our mock service worker bullshit. The fucking mock service worker. Like, I know we're building the mock service worker adapter. I'm actually gonna give up on it. I don't think it's worth it. No, it's not server-side bullshit. It's fake server-side bullshit. Ooh, okay, so the next part is we're not importing the button. We can do that. That part's easy. All right, okay, cool. But no, it was not server-side bullshit. It was mock server-side bullshit. Because mock service worker requires setting up a service worker. And there's like some BS to that. And it's just not worth it. for the value we'd get from it, because it's not something we'd expose to any users anyway. Do I ever feel like my code is messy? Yeah, everyone feels that way. But you can only indulge that feeling when it matters. At some point, all code is messy. If you never let yourself accept some kind of mess, you'll never get anything done. Like, that pile of clothes in my bedroom is actually just an L1 cache of my most recently used clothes. It's optimized for, like, you know, like quick polling. Question about my dev environments. Do I use Docker to manage them? Like, you run local services for AWS, Redis, Postgres, etc. It depends on the project. For Masijo, which is my Elixir project, that backend will be a Docker container eventually. But right now I'm just doing it locally. Most front-end stuff, you don't need any Docker stuff because it's just static assets. So for Astro and like a React SPA, those are just static assets. You don't need a Docker container for that shit. You're wasting your time if you're doing Docker around that stuff. But yeah, Redis, Postgres, you know, some VM stuff. Yeah, sure. Why not? I would push back and say you might be prematurely optimizing if you're using Redis. Like, what is the use case Redis is solving for you? Oh, really? Oh, there it is. Yeah, weird. I didn't see the notification for an ad on either of my screens other than over here. But okay. All right, let me get more music going. We have not listened to this one today. Krungbin and is that the name of that band? Mahal something? No, they're good. Yeah, they're super good. I forget what their full band name is now. Glass Beams, Mahal is the album. That's it. That's it. I was like, I thought their name was 2 words. But yeah, no, that makes sense. Yep. Yeah, Mahal's the album name, for sure. That word's not necessarily preferred. Oriental is a rug, not a culture. Just letting you know. Yeah, exactly. All right, so have I had some stories when I didn't when I didn't awake 32 plus hours because of work? You mean like when you didn't sleep and you were awake for 32 plus hours in a row? Or you had to stay awake for 32 plus hours? Fuck no. Hell no. Any company asking that of me, they done fucked up way before it got to me. Yeah, fuck that. Hell no. I would be immediately looking for another job. There's something so fundamentally wrong with that company's planning that you don't want to be there anymore. Like, nah, man. Find a better job. Dude, you can look at studies. No developer is actually productive beyond like 5 hours of work a day. Now, that doesn't count like meetings and bullshit, but 5 hours of programming is the absolute max that you're even capable of. The moment you go beyond that, you're going to be writing shit code. Code you write after 5 hours of programming, anything beyond that is shit that you're going to have to refactor and spend way more time fixing later. Like, dude, yeah, like, there's some studies that, like, devs put in, like, an hour of coding per day at, like, most companies. It's because of the bullshit meetings they get thrown in. And then the fact that you got to think about your problems more than you got to hammer out bullshit code. Right? Tracing and debugging takes more time. All that stuff. Updates, interruptions, lunches, breaks, etc. That's what I'm getting at, right? Like, if you ignore meetings, no dev puts in more than a couple hours of work a day. Does the company want more work out of you? Schedule less fucking meetings. If they're not willing to do that, then they're not willing to get more work out of you. It's that easy. And I say this as a person that worked a bullshit job that had me in, like, on average, 4 hours of meetings a day, with maybe a half hour between them. With meetings, they'd say, oh, just make it a working session. That's not how that works. If I'm in a meeting and you expect me to, like, pay attention and respond when you call my name, I'm not getting any work done. There's no such thing as a working meeting. You're either in the meeting or you're working. You can't do both at the same time. It's impossible. Management never gets it, but it's impossible. And this is the same management that thinks they're going to replace devs with AI. No, definitely not. Right? Is that manager going to vibe code this whole project while they're in 6 hours of meetings a day? Hell no. Not going to happen. Yeah, get some sleep, Aprontos. The quality of your work goes way the fuck down the longer you keep yourself awake. Get some sleep, let your background brain process kick in, right? You'll think about the code while you're going to sleep. You'll think about it while you're waking up. You'll think about it in the shower while you're brushing your teeth. You don't have to be actively coding to still be technically working because your brain doesn't stop. So yeah, get some sleep, man. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Yes, absolutely, Chris Young. That will happen. Just go write it down real quick. Keep a notepad and a pen next to your bed. Write it down. Come back to it in the morning. Fuck it. For everyone else that needs to hear this, there are two fundamental ways of thinking. There is focused thought and there is diffuse thought. The diffuse thought process, right? Like, is there a good image? I don't know, right? Let's think about this. Sure. Right? Focused thought is when you are actively doing the thing. You are conscious, you are concentrated, you are executing. Your diffuse thought is the part of your brain that never sleeps. You are relaxed, you're doing something else. You might be playing a video game. You might be driving to work, and you're gonna solve a bug every once in a while that you're not even actively thinking about, but you let your brain wander. When your brain is doing that, your brain is allowing itself to connect things in a way that your conscious brain would never let you. Oh, there's no way it could be that. So you don't even finish the thought, right? You don't even finish that thread of connecting these things. In diffuse thought, your brain does all sorts of shit. Well, what if it's that? Well, if it was that, how about this? Well, if that's the case, then how about this? And then all of a sudden, oh, wait. Huh. Okay, let's do it. I wouldn't say I'm 100% diffuse brain. You see me concentrate. You see me get shit done. But while I'm sitting here, chatting, chilling, drinking whiskey, my brain's still working, you know? It's still doing stuff. It's still thinking about the problems that I got to solve. But you don't have to concentrate on it. Right? Just chill, relax. Let the shit happen. Now, there is the opposite side. If you never actually focus, you never actually act on your diffuse thoughts. So you do have to focus from time to time as well. Right? You can't 100% be one or the other. Right? You have to focus to act upon your diffuse thoughts. As long as you are doing this switching between the thought processes, you get shit done. There's another theory to it. I fucking hate Thomas Edison. He's a fucking asshole. But he did have at least one thing that I resonate with. He would make himself stay up late and get into that tired state. That tired state is actually forcing your brain to do this diffuse thought process, to do things that your conscious brain wouldn't let you, that your rested brain wouldn't let you do. And that's when some of your best ideas happen, right? When you're tired, when you're focusing on other things, etc. It's a way to trigger this diffuse thought process. Thomas Edison would actually sleep deprive himself and write down all the weird ass ideas he had. 90% of them might have been totally bullshit. But that one out of 10 could be really valuable. It comes to basically, right? Code drunk, code review sober. And that means code review your own stuff, right? Hack out a bunch of bullshit and then clean it up in the morning. And if you're not aware, drunk and tired are actually the exact same thing from like a car insurance perspective. Driving tired is just as bad as driving drunk. You're way worse off if you're drunk and tired. That's how people die. It's a slightly different thing. The Thomas Edison taking naps, slightly different. Let me double check and make sure. So that's a slightly different thing. He definitely did sleep deprive himself, though. And the sleep deprivation would let him come up with ideas that his conscious brain would never allow him to do. I think they're similar, but yeah, no, Thomas Edison had a whole bunch of weird bullshit he did. So this is part of it, but he would also just do the sleep deprivation thing and just write down every thought he had while tired. Similar, but you don't even need to be in a dreamlike state. You just need to be tired. Because it lets you like let your guard down. In general, your diffuse thought process is doing the same thing. Tips for networking in IRL events. Like networking? Just talk to people. You see a group of people chatting at a meetup? Go up, introduce yourself, and become a part of the circle. Yeah, you have to do that. You have to do that. There's no secret to forcing yourself to talk to strangers. You just got to start doing it. There's nothing wrong with being a part of a circle and just listening. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Nothing wrong at all. You at least joined the circle, didn't you? You'll get way more value out of socializing with people if you're the person that actually listens, not the person waiting for their turn to speak. Because people, right, eventually you'll find yourself in a one on one with someone. And if you remember something they said while you're chatting with them about it, oh my God. Like there's something endearing about someone that actually listens. Yeah, like really listen. Don't just zone out and start thinking about something else. Don't pretend you're listening. Actually listen. Actually think about what someone says. You can't teach that, but you can practice it. These docs are specifically for this component library. You got to say things. You will say things eventually. Oh, it's a close game. No worries, X Factor. Yeah, I mean, Didev, if you are putting yourself out there, eventually you'll find a reason to chime in. It'll actually be hard to fight the instinct to say something about something you care about. But don't feel compelled. Let it happen. You will find something to say when it matters. If you join enough circles as a listener, you will recognize moments where people end up chatting with just the person next to them, rather than talking to the circle. Those are the moments where you can just do your thing. And the more you do that, the more you can just like actually interrupt the circle and say your thing. You got to warm up to it though. I would recommend don't smoke a bunch of weed before doing it. Maybe speaking from experience. A whiskey here and there helps as well. There was a thing that we actually found from the tab archive thing earlier. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Here it is. Don't be afraid to be wrong. No, don't get blitzed. Pretty much never get blitzed, right? Do I do it from time to time? Sure. But I've got practice. Technically, here on stream, I'm practicing right now. But in general, don't be afraid to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. Being wrong actually creates a conversation. No one wants to be lectured. You know the quickest way to find the right answer? Say the wrong answer loudly. But I think this article is important, right? There are a bunch of things that it hits on. It's okay to be wrong. Nobody's expecting you to be the fucking professor when you're out there just hanging out, chatting. At conferences, at whatever, right? You're there to talk. Most human beings are wrong about something. Being okay with being wrong about something in front of other human beings is actually humanizing. And when you are wrong in front of other human beings, you remember that and you don't make the same mistake again, right? You aren't wrong in that same exact way in the future. Bam. Be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. So yeah, Chris Young, you gave a cybersecurity conference talk on a pertinent topic that hardly anyone was discussing that you had proficiency in within 10 months of discovering cybersecurity. Yeah, man. You can just say things. It's okay. Yes, we learn more from being wrong than we do from being right. Someone can tell you the stove is hot, but until you burn yourself on the stove, it's just words. The moment you burn yourself on the stove, you'll never forget that shit. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that, Chris Young, but I'm wrong on stream all the time. I'm okay with it. Be okay with being wrong. Yes, admit to mistakes. I don't want to throw someone under the bus too much, but just Jesus Christ. If Thor had admitted to some of his mistakes in that fucking World of Warcraft shit, it'd be a nothing burger. It'd be fine. He fucked up. He made a mistake. Whatever. You know what? Yeah, no one's perfect. But he didn't. And that is what all of his haters will harp on for the end of until the end of time. You know? If he had just said, all right, my bad. Pirate Software. Maybe you don't know them, Chris Young, and that's fine. It was some drama that happened. But it's one of those things where they were playing hardcore WoW. Some shit happened. Some people fucked up. Was it his fault? Well, at least part of it was. He was never a dev on WoW. He was a security researcher at Blizzard. He was never a dev for World of Warcraft. Yeah, and even then, security researcher is maybe generous. I don't want to get too deep into it. I think that even is like inflating his role at the company. I wouldn't even say he was a security researcher there. I would say he did some things that overlapped with it a little bit. He knows more than I do. I think other people would be more critical of his claims. I don't know enough. I have no idea. He seems like a nice enough dude. I've never interacted with him. I don't know him. I've never chatted with him. I don't know. But I do know that the chaos that ensued from the moments where he could have just admitted some fault and he didn't, his numbers went way the fuck down. He was sitting easily at like 16K to 20K people watching his stream. And then the drama happened, and I feel like he hasn't broken 12K for a long time. Now, that's still amazing. Like, oh my God, 12,000 viewers in your stream? No one is upset about numbers like that, except that as streamers, there's some mental thing about number going down means we fucked up. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm just a dude talking. Whatever. Right? I gain a lot of value from talking to other people like this too. So this is I wouldn't consider it like parasocial or whatever. Like this is symbiotic. I believe I gain as much from streaming as whatever you think you gain too. Obsidian versus Notion, who cares? Like, who gives a shit? Sorry, Tantrax. Like, that dichotomy doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? I mean, obviously you give a shit, but you shouldn't. It's not that important. It's not that big a deal. That's the thing we're working on. Oh, yep. So this is where. This is just so gross. Let me get more music. And hold on. What should you give a shit about? I mean, whatever you want, but don't try and make other people give a shit about it. Now, I get it, Tantrix. And again, I'm not trying to, like, say that you shouldn't care, but don't try and bait, like, X versus Y stuff. That's, like, our fundamental rule here in chat. No X versus Y. Let people enjoy things. If they like Notion, let them enjoy Notion. And hey, what's up, sir? How you doing? Now, I get it, Chris Young. I totally get it. I'm not a big mayo fan, but I can't think of any other way I'd want to eat artichokes. Right? Peel a fucking leaf off of an artichoke, dip the meaty end in some mayonnaise. Delicious. I can't think of any other way to eat an artichoke. Note-taking strategies is useful. Absolutely. Who cares where the notes go? What is your strategy for taking notes? Sure. I have no opinions. I don't take notes. I've never taken notes. Well, hold on. I gave it a shot, but I didn't gain anything from it. I don't take notes. I've got a pretty damn decent memory. I remember stuff. That's my note taking. No, I don't do the memory palace thing. I do think it is very interesting. Yeah, like I went and saw Penn and Teller, like in Vegas 2 years ago when TwitchCon was there, and they did a memory palace thing that was really cool. But no, I don't employ a mnemonic strategy. Like my strategy is, I listen. Will I forget stuff? Absolutely. But I will remember way more than people would ever expect. Even while I'm drinking whiskey. Maybe Didev, like, no, like I just actually listen. I actually think about what people say. You'll find that in many cases, people aren't actually listening. They're just waiting for their turn to speak. They're thinking about the thing they want to say more than they're thinking about what the other person is saying. That's actually like the most common thing. If you actually just listen, you'll remember way more. Getting people to listen is a skill? Yeah, sure. But don't rely upon someone else talking in a way that makes you listen. Did Tommy Boy hook me up with this sick Callahan shirt? Well, I mean, you can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it? You've all had teachers that make you disengaged. Maybe Tantrex, but you can still listen. Like, there's still, like, a way. There's still value to that. I never studied. I never took notes. In all of my high school career, I never failed a test. I never failed a single test. I don't think I'm built different. I got the time. Yeah, exactly there, Ethan. Um, Here's something that I will point out. I do come from a family that values a good memory. Growing up, we would play Trivial Pursuit, and my mom would always win because she just remembers things. So maybe it's genetic. Maybe I'm built different. I don't think that. I think instead we are incentivized to remember in my family because reasons. Like, another part of that is remembering movie quotes. My parents have been quoting movies my entire life. My parents have been quoting movies my entire life. It was a meme in my family that they would quote Caddyshack. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Before the internet even made that a meme, my parents were were quoting that film my entire childhood. If you grow up in a culture or a family or whatever that values remembering things, then you're good. I mean, yeah, Didav, you made the classic blunder, right? The second of which is never engage in a land war in Asia. But the first of which is never go up against a Sicilian when death is on the line. Yeah, like, no, movie quotes is a big thing in my family, for sure, 100%. I owe my entire memory to that, 100%. I don't doubt it at all in my mind. You know the film I can quote way more than any of those films? Basketball. Dude, I'm telling you, first we got to get the jobs, then we get the khakis, then we get the chicks. I mean, get Kraken's cool. It's a job. I like, some of the product, like all that stuff. Don't equate me directly with Get Kraken. You can associate them loosely, sure. No worries, Melina. The basic gist for anyone joining chat is I'm trying to point out that remembering things is actually a matter of caring. If you care about something, you will remember it. Like in general. Not always, not 100%. Nothing's 100%. No, and I get it, Chris Young. Like, yeah, if you like it, like it. Like, do whatever you want. You know, I am more than the company I work for. But yes, in general, we're talking about memory and how that works. And like, it started by talking about, like, how do you talk to people at conferences or meetups or whatever, right? Join a circle and listen. The things you remember will be different from person to person, but hold on, Canadian Bacon, does this come back to, are the things you remember the things you care about? And care is a more general term than you might be attributing. Right? Care is not necessarily that you like it or dislike it. Maybe it just stuck out. Right? Care is more general than I think people attribute. You're going to build a sports app. Yeah, no worries there, Tantrex. Have a good one. We'll see you again soon. We'll see you again. No big deal. Spatially related to most other things in your memory. Okay, so you have like a visual of what your memory is made up of, and it's this like acyclic graph in your head, right? Well, that's up to you. That's a way that you attribute care to things by their spatial relation. I think you're actually like, you're selling yourself short by thinking about it that way. Because you can remember all sorts of shit. They don't even have to be related. I think you're doing yourself a disservice by forcing yourself to think about it that way. And maybe you're not forcing it, but by pigeonholing it even a little bit, you may be selling yourself short. Maybe Bacon. Again, totally up to you. I'm willing to bet you remember shit that isn't related to anything, right? The spatial distance in your brain, nope, it's like it living in another universe. But you still remember it somehow, right? I'm willing to bet money that you have things like that. Or you're spatially relating these things, even though they technically live in another universe. You found some like aspect of it that closes the gap. Could you just find things that close those gaps? Right? Like space and time are both relative. You could find ways to make those gaps between things smaller because of relativity. But I don't know, just throwing it out there. We're just bullshitting. We're having a good old holiday stream, aren't we? What we're dealing with at the moment is the fact that this button is not styling itself. Am I drinking out of a graduated beaker? No, this is... I got this at a thrift store. It has like the Weeblo symbol from like Boy Scouts or whatever. Right? Like the fleur-de-lis or whatever. You know that symbol? Yeah. It is like, it's like a weird green color. I believe they sell these at like grocery stores and stuff, but I got this at a thrift store. But I really like it for like the grip that this like if you look at it, this part like, you know, sticks out a bit. So it's got like a good like grip to it. And it's got that like in 3 different spots around it. So like no matter how you pick it up, you've got this like nice like grip thing to it. I like that specifically compared to the other like rocks glasses that I got. I've got a bunch of like I don't know if they're collector's items, but when I go to a thrift store, like a Value Village or a Goodwill or whatever, I do go to the glassware section and look for some of those like fun, like rocks glasses for whiskey. And I've got a bunch of like really nice, or, you know, I consider them nice Crown Royal glasses. Crown Royal is like the premier creator of those like weird bullshit collectors rocks glasses. One is like a hologram in like the base, which is really nice. They got some others that just have some like cool patterns etched on the sides. But this is my whiskey glass. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Did anyone catch that reference? Damn right, Dev. Damn right, that's a Full Metal Jacket reference. Yep. And I haven't even seen that movie that much. I think I've seen it maybe twice. Definitely haven't watched it in the past 20 years. But somehow my brain was like, I'm going to remember that. I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. I don't even like war movies. Meh. I'm good. I'd rather watch IT Crowd again. I'll probably never see the movie Dunkirk. I'm okay with it. Hacksaw Ridge, I know it's a... Is it a war movie or a war show? Again, never saw it. Is that the one that Mel Gibson directed? Or is that just the one he starred in? I think he's related to that film in some way, right? Hacksaw Ridge had Andrew Garfield. Okay, hold on. Now I gotta look it up. Oh, interesting. Oh, directed by Mel Gibson. See, I've never even fucking seen the film, and somehow, like, my brain remembered that he directed it. I don't even like movies like this. I don't fucking know, man. How did my brain remember that? I don't fucking know, man. But let's figure out why the background color for this button is not doing what we want. What languages do you need to learn to get hired at the company I work at? At GitKraken? Do you live in the Arizona area? I don't think that's required for the stuff that we have available right now. Detroit? That's a little tougher. Yeah, oh, we will die, Dev. Oh, absolutely. I was just about to do it. We are looking for a senior back-end engineer. That's kind of all we got right now. So yeah, like Get Kraken isn't hiring for a junior role at the moment. If you were in the Arizona area, they could probably be convinced to do an intern thing. But that would be like you go into the office kind of thing. I mean, Chris Young, no, like, you don't have to say sorry for the interrupt. If I cared, I wouldn't let you interrupt me. I have that power. We have the technology. What I think I'm seeing is that style doesn't make it through. And that's a flaw of this goddamn button. Dude, this component library sucks more and more. It's UI neumorphism. It is old, right? It's not even compatible with React 19. I don't even think it's compatible with React 18. And it's why it's complaining about button here is not blah, blah, blah. Children, like, doesn't exist on blah, blah, blah. Like, no, it's just, it's an old-ass library that hasn't been maintained. And it doesn't pass through the style prop properly. Like, if this were actually resolving properly, it would say style is not a valid property of blank, right? Oof. All right, so that's even worse. It's not even doing that part. We should try a non-string interpolated value. Like, maybe the adapter just isn't doing it. Yeah, that's not a bad point. Like, what if we just made this black? What? Okay, so the importance actually the issue. Oh. Well, hold on. We'll at least check to see. I also think maybe we have just an issue with the hot reload. But we don't see the style coming through here on any of that. Wait, Alex. Wait, what's up? Song command worked. Wait, what do you mean you couldn't? You tried it? Oh, you tried it in a reply. Oh, I didn't see the reply. My bad. So Jar Sauce, we're playing this album, so all of this is related to the album. So if it's not this song, it's the song before it, and you still got the link. The latest Zed album? I mean, Zed's dead, man. And no, it's not a motorcycle, it's a chopper. No, who is Zed? You're seeing a band called Zed's Dead at Red Rocks? Oh, that'll be cool. Nice. Yeah, I play whole albums at a time when we're listening to Bandcamp. If it was YouTube, that would be a legitimate, like, oh, you missed it kind of moment. But yeah, when we're playing from Bandcamp, I just play whole albums. And no, I knew what you meant. But yeah, Lanky, Zed with two Ds. What kind of music do they make? Working on your car. Ooh, like, what kind of work are you doing? Yeah, I actually put in like an entire year of like auto mechanic stuff in high school. It was kind of nice. I learned that I don't want to work on my own car. But I also learned how to diagnose issues, right? Because every internal combustion engine only needs three things: air, fuel, and spark. If your car isn't starting, it's one of those things. I really enjoyed like learning and understanding that and figuring out how to diagnose that stuff. A whole front end, pitman arms, tie rods, upper and lower control arms. Okay. Yeah, the stuff I really didn't like working on. Got it. Makes sense. It is a pain. Absolutely. But it's still better than working in the fucking engine compartment. Especially with modern cars. Dude, like, who the fuck is making these cars these days that has hands small enough to work in those fucking engine compartments? Oh, okay, 91 4Runner. Touche. I get it. Yeah. Nah, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly, Lanky Moose. And in general, for a lot of those things, they pull the engine to work on that stuff. Hold on. Legit have to take the whole front off of your car to change your headlights now? Ooh. Really? That's just mean. Wait, Alex, you gotta reach through your wheel well to do your headlights? That's just mean. Oh, that's just mean. Ugh, dude. There's some movie I'm like quoting that I don't remember what movie it is, but like, oh, that's just mean. Payback. That's one of them. There's another quote I'm thinking too. All right, so payback is the one they thought. That's just mean, man. Yeah, he like messes up his suitcase or something. There's another quote too. Payback was the one I was probably thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, Payback. I like that movie too. But yeah, real quick, before I decide that it's time to eat some food because it's 8:30 p.m. If you think you could make it to the Seattle area for September 18th and 19th, we'll be doing a giveaway of a free ticket to Cascadia. All you got to do is enter your name and email. Oh. Sorry for the burp. All right, there's the form. Give it a shot. Totally up to you. But we're giving away a free ticket. Oh, wait. Is there an ad break going? Really? Oh, hold on. We'll wait. We'll wait. Shit. Sorry. My bad. My bad. That was bad timing. Yeah, I didn't see it. Like, I'm not seeing it over here in my stream chat on my dev machine. All right, so the ad should be over. The ad should be over. So yes, if you could conceivably travel to Seattle in September, definitely go put your name and email into that form. I'll be doing a giveaway probably next Saturday. And yeah, like you could get a free ticket. Like you'd still have to pay for your own flight and hotel room and all that BS. Still worth doing. And yeah, if we get enough people involved, we might be able to do a second giveaway. So give it a shot. Up to you. And yeah, we'll be doing the raffle on probably next Saturday. We need to keep hyping this up, getting people involved and all that. Yeah, sorry, Lanky. Yeah, if you live across the globe, unlikely. I would prefer if you didn't enter your name into the raffle at that point. But if you're anywhere where you could conceivably fly to Seattle, or your company would at least cover part of the cost, you could enter for a free ticket. And if you do come to Seattle, let's go get a drink. Let's hang out. I'll be at the pre-party for sure. But yes, so we are late enough that I'm hungry. I know, I need to get my passport so I can go to like conferences elsewhere. I'll do it soon. I'm still waiting for my new ID to arrive. I think I need to get my new ID before I can get my passport. Because I don't think they'll accept like my ID with like the hole punch in it. So yeah, now I'm just waiting for my new ID to arrive. They're way late. They're like a week late already. I'm probably going to end up having to like deal with the fact that it just didn't get delivered for some reason. But I got another like couple weeks before I can actually reach out and say, hey, it didn't get delivered. Yeah, still waiting, dude. Like, super lame. And I got another flight to do on the 4th. If my ID isn't here by then, I'm going to be fucking bummed. But, oh well. I can just be bummed, right? My ID doesn't care. State of Washington doesn't care. But who should we go raid? Who's streaming right now? We see Earend killing it. Auroral Games, Productive Time, Nikwan Datasci, Rython, Z.A. Shaw, let me go look at the category, just to be sure. Sadie N-word? I don't even know who that is. Ooh, M. Valdez. They're doing some i3 NeoVim Go home lab stuff. Like DevOpsy things. His profile image looks a bit like Black Glasses from Alt F4 stream. Yeah. I don't think I even follow them. So yeah, let's go check it out. DevOpsy stream. M. Valdez. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but we're going to go say hi. We'll see what they're up to. And yeah, I'll be over on gaming stream. I got some food to eat. Some of these kebabs that I got to throw into the oven. We're going to watch some shows. We're going to hang out. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow doing my thing, hanging out. Hey, what's up, Code Drift? Mr. Sir. Feel like it's been a while. Where you been? I'm kidding. Like, where have I been? I was gone all last week. So, yeah, no worries. But, yes, we're going to go raid M. Valdez. We're going to see what they're up to, and we're going to go say hi. We're going to chat. You've been here just chilling, working your face off. Yeah. Face off. Totally. Yeah, I'll see you on chill. Yeah, I'll be right over there right after we do the raid and after we like chat with some bit. Or chat with the person we raided and all that. But I'll be over there in a sec. YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Looks like there's actually no one there, so later YouTube. Have a good night.